That's it. I don't feel guilty. I don't feel guilty for being white. That's an anti-white slur, miss. You're just saying that because I'm white. You're anti-white. There you go.
There is no excellence where there is equality. For every diversity higher, there is a diversity fire. It is not the similarities that make us the same, it is the differences that make us different. The truth is hate to those who hate the truth. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. Hollywood isn't history. In a world of collectivism, individualism is suicide. There is no Western civilization without Western kind.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
By God, who does not sing along with that song? That is amazing. And we are going to have a child-friendly Going Free today, and perhaps all Sunday Going Free gatherings from now on. And you, impish urchins, are going to help me try to keep it that way. We're going to be gathering today and talking about getting nonviolent, about no violence. N8terific and Nathanial made a stupendous video on no violence. We will watch and we will discuss some of the smarter and dumber responses. Our Going Free lesson of the day is on neither voting nor violence. How apropos. A sneak peek into iteration 2 of the second edition of Go Free. And now, since we are trying to be more child-friendly, those are the only kind of sneak peeks that you'll be getting. Our MP today that we will be covering is, there is no white race. What is your rejoinder? Wait, don't tell me. We will cover the MC and provide you a Merlin-esque response and abilities. Maybe address some men's rights arguments, some community comments, your calls, a mailbag that might be empty, or perhaps there's some small rodent inside, some Nullus Poetry, some great music. And for any children out there that might be listening right now with their parents or guardians, why do ducks have feathers? Why, it is obvious. To cover their butt quacks. And we are going free, and hopefully we'll keep the mic working today. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. I hope you all are doing splendidly all around planet Earth as we go free. You may comment over the course of the gathering today on YouTube by tagging me as No White Guilt. You may also comment over on D-Live, which is indeed up and running, and it appears that you might even be able to financially gift over there, and I think you can, and I will keep an eye on that. I think, what was it before? Everything above a diamond and up, I would speak to. Was that it, Grayman? And so great to see everybody there. Great to see everybody on all the platforms that we are on right now. A good spring as well to those in the Northern Hemisphere, and autumn to those in the Southern. We have brothers and sisters all around the world. If you want to financially gift, I would be most appreciative. And you can do so on Entropy at a cost of 15% to you. Now, when you write in the question widget over there, your questions do not disappear unless you or I delete them. So please do not delete them. You may also vote on questions that others or yourself even pose, or statements in the question widget, also known as the Tall Kevin widget. When you financially gift over there at a cost of 15% to you, it goes to the good people at Entropy for that free speech platform, and we are deeply grateful for that. Your questions or comments that are made over there, I will speak to as well. You may also financially gift over on Cash App. Both the URLs to Entropy and Cash App are in the description below. Just get out your scuba gear and backflip into the description. You'll find them there. And to begin with, we had a financial gift from Heidi last week that came in a little late, and so we didn't catch it on the gathering. And the dear lady, let's get a great round of applause going for Heidi and Grayman the Gray. Heidi financially gifted $50 US. Thank you so very much for gifting $50 to me, Heidi. She writes here, I was able to listen to the majority of the show tonight. And what an amazing gathering tonight. Big shout out to Imminent Rain and Groundhog Fury. Very, very inspiring. Thank you to everyone I get to chat with every week. You all mean so much to me. And this is the community of real people, ladies and gentlemen, real families that are growing, that we are growing around planet Earth and making a big difference as a consequence. We have also in February, I missed, there was a anonymous financial gift of another, keep those raucous emojis going, for an anonymous gift of $50. And thank you so very much, from back in February as well. That was, I think, maybe the third one from the same person. So thank you so very much to you as well. The big difference, of course, ladies and gentlemen, when we're talking about what we are doing, one of the many big differences and what is being done elsewhere in white sympathetic spheres. Some of them are wonderful and good people. They comport with my morality in their efforts to serve white well-being, but they go about it in a different way. Some of those white sympathetic spheres that are out there in the world are antithetical to our well-being and do nothing but harm us. One of the big things that makes us very different, and what I've been arguing for many years, is that any sort of endeavor, any sort of sphere that's going to survive has to survive around the living heartbeat of a family. You cannot have individuals, whether they are single without a mate or married singles where their partner doesn't participate. They just orbit into the spheres and out. I've seen it thousands of times over the past 2 decades. And that does not perpetuate. That just draws in cranks. And we want families. And not only families, that this is another big difference, because there are some white sympathetic spheres out there who either implicit or explicitly that are bringing families together. And that's wonderful. Good for them. I'm glad that they are doing so. But if you're not coming together with a psychological defense against the psychological warfare being waged against us, those groupings will not survive. They have never survived. They will not survive. You also need to have a common identity. You can't have groupings of these people. You could, for example, have community A and community B. And community A could be a bunch of white families with a couple of non-white families mixed in. And group B, a bunch of white families with a couple of non-white families mixed in. And one of those communities utterly fail and the other survive. And what would be the difference? Well, in the one that survives, everyone present, both white and non-white, are in service to white well-being. They want the morality, the ethics, the law and order, the opportunity, etc., provided by Western civilization. The other community have come together because maybe they hate a particular group of people. Maybe they just don't like the degeneracy of the world. They don't have a common identity. And where there isn't a common identity and a common purpose, there cannot be life that is sustained. It will spin apart with the centrifugal force of the dissimilarities. And so that is why we will succeed where others have and will continue to fail. We wish them the very best. And we also would like them to come over and go free with us, because we know that right here, with all love and hope that we can extend to everyone, that we have something that is truly magic, that truly works for individuals, for families in multifarious ways, works for children. It is a beautiful thing, and we want to bring as many over as we possibly can. So let's go ahead and jump right into the first segment of the day, which is I do want to mention again that we are going to try to be, now they're more, I think, more child friendly. I know that we have children that are watching, and a lot of parents have come up with these games. And by the way, I see the great Groundhog Fury and Bonnie Blue Last. So I look over to my right, and it's like seeing these two angels descend from on high. That is wonderful. Thank you. And then Althea and Jesse right behind them. Wonderful. Great. Reptile is here as well. Wonderful to see you all. White Healing. Great. And Brad C. Wonderful to see you, heroes. And Carlisle, great to see you, dear. Another angel from on high descending. And Brad Danger, I'm sure with a sword of flaming flowers of love. Flaming flowers of love, Brad Danger would be wielding. I know he's laughing right now. I have parents who tell me, fathers, mothers, couples, they tell me, my children watch Going Free with me, with my husband, with my wife. And I say, well, gosh, I'm sorry about any of the foul language. They've come up with these little games where they say, well, Jason needs to put some money in the sin jar or whatever it is. And we just like to maybe not have to inflict that upon them as often, or maybe even frighten the children with the righteous indignation, which I'm not going to completely do away with. There will certainly be streams for that, but maybe we'll make that known when we are doing that. And we will, maybe it'll be roll-in Going Frees, or when it's not expected. But I think maybe these Sunday ones will try to keep more family-oriented. And over there on D Live, where maybe I'm not able to receive financial gifts. I don't see any lemons, lino points or anything. So maybe it's not working. But it is on the family-friendly tag, so I should be able to receive. Well, there you have it. Graham in the Gray jumped in. Thank you so much. So it is working. And so we want to remain family friendly and not be censored from that platform, not have my tongue cut out of my mouth by the anti-white bastards who run D Live. You all should learn quickly. You're going to have to be fair to Western kind, because this anti-white system is not going to last forever. And we're going to remember everybody that has victimized us, and then you and your businesses will be invited to go someplace else. And Graham in the Gray throwing numerous gifts of females in bikinis and nice bodies dancing for me. Well done. Well done to distract me right at the very beginning of the child-friendly Going Free. So let's talk about this no violence video that let's get a great round of applause, raucous emojis for N8terific and Nathanial. This was, I think, was it technically number 4? Is that what it is of the FAQs, or number 3? Technically number 3. And it was the no violence video, and it seemed to get a lot of attention from folks. And so we're going to move it up here. We're going to take a quick look at it, and then we will be right back to discuss it.
We don't have time to gradually red pill everyone. Time is running out, and we need to be ready for war now. We do not support or condone violence used in acts of aggression. The best course of action is to avoid situations where violence may be involved. If this is impossible and you find yourself in a situation where you or a loved one is under the threat of imminent physical harm, by all means, defend yourself. Going free works. There are countless hours of testimony from different people of all walks of life attesting to this. With your help, we can reach even more. Every time a new person starts going free, it compounds our reach, and the more the white positive community grows, so too does its influence. The anti-whites are very good at discouraging us, and one way they do that is by making us feel as if we don't have any time left. At this point in time, acting aggressively undermines the collective success of Western kind. It provides the anti-whites with yet another negative example of Westmen that they will use to justify harming us. If you take up aggressive action, not only will it harm all of Western kind, it will harm you. You are likely to be imprisoned or even killed. Your anger at the horrible state inflicted upon Westmen is justified, but that anger must be used constructively. There are many ways in which you can help our people become a stronger, more cohesive, white positive community. Go to FAQ 5 for some suggestions, and if you choose to undertake a project and need help, reach out to the community.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. What did you think of that? It's a magnificent video, and I was very proud of the work that they had done. And can everybody hear me okay? It looks like you can. I was very proud of the work that they had done on this no violence video, because this has been the stance that we have taken for my entire time serving White Wellbeing. I only ever defended myself, as N8terific and Nathanial point out there that you should as well. If you were ever being physically assaulted, or there is you cannot get out of it. The idea is you always want a real man does everything he can to get away from a fight. But when you cannot get away from a fight, you're violently being attacked, then you do what you have to do to defend yourself. That has always been my position, and we'll continue to articulate that position, irrespective of what's going on with the Biden administration or something of this. This is not a position that we have recently taken. It's a position for which I have received over the years quite a lot of violence, to put it simply, quite a lot of violence. There are people who they look at what's going on in the world and they see how bad it is, and they think, well, we've got to do something violent right away. I think we had some questions early on. I didn't get an opportunity to speak to them, but this question of we're running out of time. We are out of time as far as what most people, and I don't know about this particular individual and what he or she was thinking when they wrote that, but as far as capturing the government or capturing the media or capturing the banking, long past. It's been so long that you weren't even alive that it was no longer in our hands. Now, what are we running out of time to be able to do? We are running out of time to be able to make a people out of this deracinated race. And that's what we need to be doing. And there is one thing that works, and I will say it as politely and as kindly as I can, and it is going free. It's working for everyone. Nothing else works. Everything else is just a shuffling of cards around the different spheres, the white sympathetic spheres, and those cards are the people. They go from one group to another, and they think that they have found meaning by being in the company of people that they think have the same ideas as themselves, and the new group or the new idea has a new flag and a new name, a new constitution, or whatever it might be. And then it lives for a time, and then it ultimately succumbs in various ways. Sometimes it just becomes senescent, as we've seen with a lot of these older organizations. They are as witless as Biden, and yet they persist just because donors have gotten themselves to endorse these things, and it's become a lifelong endeavor for them, and they don't want to give up. They think that's the way to go. But we would need to gently remind them that they've been losing all along, and that if they really want to make a difference in the world, that they need to go free with the rest of us. They need to help us to help others to go free. So here we have, hot off the printer, under the video, looks like the first comment we have is N8terific saying, to everyone calling for violence, please listen to this message again. Listen a few times. Really try to hear and understand what is being said, because you obviously don't. Now, there were a lot of comments that came under this video, and I want this really to be, very clear, because the distinction between what we are, and what we do in service to white well-being. We are the proud patriots of our individual countries. But before that, even, we are Westmen, men, women, and children, a single people with many countries. We are then a proud patriots of our countries. And what we do is we are well-being activists, white well-being activists. We are practitioners of going free. That is who we are and what we do. Very important, because especially in these times, with the Biden administration carrying out globally exactly what they promised they would be carrying out around the world, exactly what we told you all they would be carrying out around the world. And this is the reason why you are listening to us, why you're going free, why you've given up on a lot of the other groups and channels and content production and vlogs and these blogs and webzines and the like, is because we are able here to be humble and allow everybody who has a great contribution to give that contribution, to be recognized for their contribution, and to be celebrated. And then if it works per the scientific method, it stays. So it is with that humility and with that pride. You might think that they run contrary, but when used properly, they become a potent mixture. It is with the humility and with the pride that we move forward against the anti-whites and what they're doing to our people. So if you have any questions during this first hour, we have, looks like just over 30 more minutes. This is going to be the first segment, and we'll be covering the things that I mentioned. Save those questions. You can write them down. You can put them on a Word document, a notepad document or something. You can put them in the widget on Entropy, and then I will get to them in the subsequent segment. But there will be a bumper at the end of this segment. We have, or questions or comments. We have, and N8terific, it was important to mention that right up front, what N8terific had written, because he and Nathanial are the video's creators. I endorsed heartily that they got the message from what we endorse and support and promulgate here. And that's why that video went up. Please share that with the people that you care about, love, friends and family, and any strangers. There are a lot of people also who were sharing the Bluebird video that I made with their family. I had no idea that so many people would be sharing that video with their mothers, and how many mothers absolutely adore the Bluebird video and are now interested in what's this going free thing. These people must be actual regular folks. Well, we are, and we're happy to have you here. And we want to make very clear what we are all about versus what others are all about. Because sometimes you might end up, you go into a forum somewhere, and you might be in a forum like Jared George and I were on with Full Moon Ancestry's birthday show. And I think he had like 40 different people come on there. I don't know who, I didn't know half of those people. So I don't know what they are, who they are in their private lives, but I will proudly articulate what I am. So we are, like, in a way, priests and preachers who go to the centers or who go to the wayward, the vagues out there who don't know what's going on, and we bring them the message of redemption. Azimuth Clark, a great champion, writes here, never been the villain in the anti-white narrative. Antique nationalists need to learn this lesson. Yes, they do, and very astutely pointed out. Azimuth Clark, great champion. Lord Aragorn wrote on that thread, hard to go free when the Stasi comes door to door for your guns. Hard to go free when the Stasi comes door to door for your guns. Althea responded to Lord Aragorn, and I think she actually responded to a few on this thread. She wrote, if the Russians had a psychological defense against the psychological warfare that is waged upon them by the anti-white Soviets, there wouldn't have been a Stasi to victimize them anymore. We have it with going free. Tell everyone you know. That is a magnificent message. Thank you for getting in there and writing that. And then, as you can see, Lord Aragorn here pulling on his academic coat and his spectacles to look as academic and professional and educated and as intelligent as he could. And he responded to Althea with the word, whatever. We do have something here that works. The reason why Althea is absolutely right, if they would have had a psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against them, the words are magic spells, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, if you've watched movies or read books or played Dungeons and Dragons, the powerful wizard is insurmountable except by some weird Achilles heel or by some other powerful wizard. Words trump everything because words are constructs. And out of those, you build ideas. And those ideas and the words are what you think with. Without them, you cannot think in your own defense if you don't have words and constructs and arguments for your own defense. And that is what we do here. That is why our brothers and sisters are suffering in South Africa, irrespective of the ungodly, demonic victimization of our people in that country, that failing country, we can honestly say now. It is because they do not have going free. They do not have the psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against them. And they think, for some reason, not just our brothers and sisters in South Africa, all across the world. Lord Aragorn is a great example, and I'm sure normally a great guy. He's very worried about the police coming for our right to self-defense, because that's what's really happening, or potentially happening. Our brothers and sisters all around the world, for some reason, they throw a questioning eye, a wary eye on words. What will that do? Well, if you cast the right spells, you win. It was words that defeated Western kind and Western civilization. The mightiest militaries in the entire world. And it was words alone, ideas, constructs that defeated us. It will be words alone, constructs, ideas, lexicon, dialectics that saves us. Lord Hendrickson, and again, for those people that say, well, they talk on other channels. They've been talking for a long time. If you're not speaking the right incantations, if you will, I mean, you can think of it that way. If it's too hard to understand the science, then you can think of it that way. Imagine a group of people that their IQ is so low or aliens that come to planet Earth and their IQ is so low, they don't understand how the sun always comes up on the same side of the world. So you might just have to say to them, since they don't understand the science behind it, you might just have to say, well, it's magic then. Just accept that it comes up on that side of the world. There are plenty of ideas that fail. I can show you and have been showing you that for a very long time. And then there are ones that work. And you all know that quite well, those who are implementing these. I did want to mention that the great Fornull is here. And he mentioned that a PG version of Going Free sounds like a great idea. And an endorsement from a brilliant gentleman like that, practically polymathic, is definitely something that I take to heart. Thank you, brother. Lord Hendrickson writes, we don't have institutions on our side or billionaires to pay our legal fees, and certainly no media conglomerate to spin the narrative in our favor. So violence isn't a smart option for us. Unlike he says, enemies, our victimizers, who can wield it at great efficiency. We're also going to point out right away that the violence very rarely finds any violence committed by brain dead idiots rarely finds, and claimed to be for our people, it rarely finds guilty parties. It is inflicted upon innocent people, and that is despicable. That is immoral. It is unethical, and the people who do it should be in jail, and they should be in jail forever. And whatever the penalty that is that is extended to such individuals is likely to be the right one, because it is an ungodly and immoral, a disgusting thing to go out and victimize innocent people because you have been misled, because you're crazy, because you think somehow it's going to do us some sort of good when our people some sort of good when it never has done us any good ever, not a single instance of it doing us good. Solar SS writes, most of us are docile pansies enough. I think this is not needed. The system will hate us and use anything against us, no matter what we do. So that's not a good point. The rest is a good thing to keep in mind. Don't be crazy. N8terific, I think, responded here. Yes, he wrote, most people are followers, not pansies. They currently follow leaders and a system that encourages them to lay down. There are certain things they can easily use against us and other things that are more difficult for them to use if they try to use their actions to help our people. Yes, the primary message here is to not be the next, and then not be the next white person who thinks that they're going to do good by harming innocent non-white people. My comment to Solar is that this isn't about making people pansies or more pansies, obviously. This is, most of us, he says, are docile pansies enough. I think this is not needed. The system will hate us and use anything against us. The anti-whites will always hate us. They will always use anything against us. That's not our target audience. So learn who we're speaking to with our words and with our actions. Who are we speaking to? It's not the anti-whites. You are still, even with your name, the name that you've chosen, you're still effectively in the mindset of a cuck-servative. You still think that this is about appeasing and getting permission from anti-whites. Nothing could be further from the truth. We are projecting who and what we clearly are, which is a moral group of people, to our ordinary brothers and sisters who are out there in the hundreds of millions, the vagues out there. They need to see that. They need to see that there are things that we can do, and it has nothing to do with random, unintelligible, and evil acts of violence on innocent people of any race. And again, you defend yourself if you are physically attacked. Connor Murphy writes, and I'm going to have to speed this up a little bit. While it's good not to give them any more reasons to attack us, there's a few problems, though. And this is something else. It is infinitely easy. If some white person goes and harms some non-white people somewhere, that's it. The anti-whites can make that into anything they want. It's much harder for them to stage such a thing, if that's even possible with the ear at the door. It's much harder for that. So you either give them everything they need to as Lord Aragorn say, take your right of self-defense away, like this, or you do the right thing, the moral thing, the ethical thing. Connor Murphy, there's a few problems. One, they can and do manufacture their own stories to attack us. They can be outright lies without even having it to be a false flag. That's true. They won't let any positive party or politician ever get real power. And we know we're talking today about our reclamation of our identity, the creation of a people, the capturing of our destiny. That is not going to be done through voting. 3, we are still a small portion of society, even among our own people. Small groups can be easily removed if demonized enough. Just look at the USSR. That's why we're spreading going free as quickly as we can to as many spheres as we can. Going at and how would violence somehow prevent that? It would encourage it. They would kick your doors in tomorrow. If some twit decided that Muppet was going to go do something horrible to innocent people, everybody who was on a list anywhere would have their doors kicked in by federal law enforcement the next week. 4, going at it alone or in a small group won't work. As long as you are against their agenda, they'll remove you. Just look at Waco or Ruby Ridge. While it's smart to not give them ammunition, we need a good strategy to get out of this mess. Connor, we have one. It's called Going Free. Go free. Get the book. Be here on Sundays with us and Going Free. Stop watching the gaming videos. Stop watching people talking about this or that book. Stop wasting your time. Stop with the novelty takes. Give all of that garbage up. It's never helped you, but Going Free will. It's helped thousands of people. It will help you. It will empower you. Just ask the people in the threads, ask them in the live chats. We have endless testimonials. For Null, great work, N8terific and Nathanial. Nelson, the platitudes posse will spew their cowardly ideas in response like always, while we do the real work of helping people go free. Yiz the Eunuch, another great champion. Stay home and safe. Don't go to any rally, group meeting, or protest if you think there will be any violence. You can't help save the West if you're in jail or in a coffin. Keep it Promethean. And she's specifically talking about these when she's talking about stay home. And some twit, some Muppet decided to intentionally misinterpret her on that thread and said, what are we going to do if we all just stay home? And of course, he was encouraging some sort of violence, probably a Fed or a very low IQ person. And we feel sorry for people who have very low IQs. We'll get you bibs. But the reality here is she's talking about not engaging in violence. There are few who are as active as Yiz the Eunuch in getting out into the world, getting out to real people, strangers, family members, and the rest. And we celebrate her for that, getting out to them with something that works, Going Free. Have you gone to your church and gotten the church ladies at your church to take a look at Going Free? She has. KD. Wonderful KD. Wonderful to see you, sweet lady. She writes here, everyone calling for violence is either a Fed or is going to end up in prison. Our people see you as evil, not the hero you are in your own mind. Until our people have a psychological defense against the psychological warfare being waged against them, they will not defend you. They will not join you. They won't even feel sorry for you when you are raped in prison. Stop LARPing on the internet and find the courage to change hearts and minds. Perfectly written, KD. Thank you so very much. And let me also point out, folks, that we have some pretty, well, no, I'll talk about it when we get to the next segment. Somebody helped me to remember that we have some criticism about folks who are going free and not using the lexicon and dialectics, and we'll talk about that. Somebody helped me remember. Rowan writes, speak of peaceful secession. Our people deserve a homeland. Our men and women are highly compatible. Build big, happy families and everything with it. Rowan, I'm afraid no, you are incorrect. Do not speak of secession, peaceful secession, any kind of secession. It is considered insurrection by the federal government. It is in the documents, Homeland Security, FBI. It is not legal. You will go onto lists. Do not speak of any kind of separation, any kind. Ethno-state is the dumbest thing that there is. I've always thought that was the dumbest thing ever. So instead, talk about helping our people to go free. And Rowan, do it in a hurry. You go free, learn the lexicon, learn the dialectics, go free yourself, help your family to go free, help all the families around you to go free. If you got a bunch of people together and you said, well, this is all we need, we just got a bunch of people together here, they will destroy you as they have destroyed us in the past. Jay writes, people can't always be on the defensive. It's just common sense that it is not a strategy that will never win anything. Well, that's a double negative. And Jay, your argument is that people should be violent because not being violent is being on the defensive. We are on the offense with Love, Hope, and Redemption with Go Free. You need to learn the difference between posturing and having nothing there to make real the posturing and the claims, and actually getting out into the world and making a change in your life and the lives of those around you. Please, Jay, go free, and we welcome you to do so. The Fire Rises writes, be a warrior, have no hope, have no fear. Do what is necessary. There is time still, but how long will we say this for? Actions speak louder than words. Be prepared to fight on all levels. Violence is a word you use to control the natural instinct to protect your own. Civility in a war with savages? I'm sorry, but the Rubicon has been crossed. Don't be a cockroach and preach closed-minded garbage. Bolster the ranks with knowledge of warfare, he writes, as a bare minimum. The fire rises. You could not be more wrong. And if you continue to have this mindset, please don't come back. Go elsewhere. The feds are going to be watching you for writing such things. They're going to be watching the people you talk with. You have to make a 180, say, go free. And you're going to give all of that garbage up. We are on the offensive with actions that are speaking louder than words by getting people on the path to home ownership, by getting people out of the path to suicide. 7 who have owned up to that here. By getting people off of alcohol, off of different types of drugs, reducing psychotropic drugs, and always consult your physician. By getting people healthier, many people's lives completely changed, 180s by going free. And when it comes to their arguments with anti-whites, they are able to defeat them and feel proud and walk away from those discussions like never before. They are changing the world. There are people, as I have articulated over the years, right now I can tell you, there are people who themselves are going free, they're helping their families to go free, and they're getting on their school boards to help their schools change, exactly as this is supposed to happen. You change the context in which things take place, and then everything that takes place has to contend with your efforts to change it, putting your shoulder into it. Do it now. The fire rises. Absolutely reject all of this that you have written here. Say that you are going free now. You've seen the light, and what you wrote before was stupid. You're going to go to jail, and you're going to end up harming innocent people. Or at a bare minimum, you're going to end up being one of those kind of people like I've talked to before who talk about harming this or that, and then you can't even set a mouse trap because you don't even have the stomach to see a dead mouse. But you're still going to be able to go to jail for your words. You're still going to be able to lose your right to travel, self-defense, etc. Please, for your own good, for your family's good. You might have a wife and children, for their good. Nuke Cloud Stalker, what a name, writes, in the USA, you are literally demographically replaced so much that you realistically, seriously don't have any time left. Voter fraud aside, he writes, you are becoming a demographic minority, and a hated one at that. Your best bet is taking control democratically of local government, since federal is all but impossible, and preparing for the worst eventualities by organizing further locally. I am not encouraging any violence here. I couldn't even if I wanted to, but you have very little time left before they're quite literally the only option that isn't just lying down and dying or fleeing the land you once called home. That, my friend, let's see, was this James might have responded. He says, well said and very true. I think we have more than done our best to resolve these issues with, and he puts peace in quotes and love in quotes. The time to fight for what we love is coming. We are fighting. This is this mentality. This is why a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, I spoke out so vehemently against this poetic idea that you saw some well-intentioned people in white sympathetic spheres saying that it's glory is about dying and waiting for that moment when you can finally go out to the battle that you know will lose. Do not be one of those people. Glory is right now. Glory is obtained in quantities that is unknowable to Nuke Cloud Stalker and James Marshall by people like Mike in Australia, who's doing all of that work for our brothers and sisters in Australia to bring the message to the world. That's glorious. You waiting for the day that you can go and engage in a battle that you lose and die in, you'll never do it. Be serious. You're going to ruin your life. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your life. I'll have the both of you know, I know old timers who had the same mentality you had, and they spent 50, 60 years of their lives doing nothing. And many of them, as a consequence, lost their families. Don't be a fool. Go free. Nate writes, trying to avoid Fed posting as much as possible here, but you cannot deny we are operating on a fixed trajectory. Violence should never be a first step, but if you are not preparing for the possibility that violence will be set on your family, community, and people at this point, you have already lost. Nate's point here, I'll just say, and looks like we're really, well, we've got, maybe I'll speak to this in the next segment. I'll come back to it because we have just a couple more from cis white male I think I have to get to, and doomer redneck, but I think we've said enough about that for now. Let me swivel around and see if I can do so without muting the microphone. I even have an extra humidifier going. We'll talk about that later, giving you a sneak peek from the iteration 2, which is with the proofreaders, and I will let you know when we begin that process of going back and forth. It'll be a very exciting time. Neither voting nor violence will enable us to recapture our destiny in the current societal context. Democracy, as we understand it today, is ruled by those who disseminate information. Those few who inform each one of us about everything beyond the immediate circles of our lives wield power in this system. Moreover, voting we'll just say it's handled in ways that are beyond our ability to really manipulate it, and you can think about those different ways that it is handled. I will say this though, however, as the MC goes, no tool in the service of white well-being is illegitimate. So voting can be useful when it complicates and troubles the efforts of anti-whites to victimize us and our civilization. This may take a few more IQ points than average to understand, and if you're struggling with it, or maybe you just didn't hear me clearly, ask some people in the live chat or in the thread after we're done here today. What exactly does that mean? If voting's not going to recapture our destiny, why is he saying that voting can be useful at times? Ask around, or maybe when we get into the next segment, you can ask me. And I'll just also say here, use voting in those circumstances and expect no more than the smokescreen or time to go free that a desired outcome achieves. Violence, by contrast, will only harm us. Defend yours. And again, we're talking about you end up harming innocent people, and we don't want to do that. The innocent people are whom? Who are the innocent people? Well, those people who hate no white guilt, and they speak disparagingly about Go Free. They would say, well, he just cares about non-white people. I do care about non-white people, innocent non-white. I care about every innocent person. I'm talking about both the non-white innocent people who get harmed by some psycho and all of the innocent white people who suffer the consequences. It's not just and this is something that's passed over too often, is people think, well, if somebody goes out and they attack some innocent non-white people because they think in some deranged way that they're going to do good in some way for white people, that it's just the censorship that follows. Oh, no. It's all the justifiable rapes. It's all the justifiable beatings. It's all the how many white people out there have had their son out at a bar who ended up having his neck broken, perhaps, because some non-whites at the bar were talking and they were thinking about the fact that some white person had murdered or harmed some non-white people, and it was all over the news, and it was made much of a bigger ado than it actually was, because that is what anti-whites will do. And then they decide, well, there's some white guy, we're going to pay him back. How many rapes and murders and beatings and maimings, on top of all of the deplatformings, the censorship, the cutting out the tongues out of the mouths, the funding of more and more, the theft of our tax dollars and the funding of more and more anti-white organizations and individuals, the white erasure that speeds up apace because of these sorts of acts. Oh no, the innocent victims are far more numerous in the white race after somebody does something like this. And it's another reason why I say never ever give $1 to any of these people who have gone to jail for their defense or whatever. We have nothing to do with them. They are not of us and what we believe and what we are endeavoring to do. And we want them to suffer the consequences of what they have done, because it's not only the people that they have harmed, which their lives matter as well, and their suffering matters as well, but it's all of the, might I say, tens of millions of white people who end up suffering in various ways as a consequence of that act. So these people that you see get named by a certain club that wants to do this and a certain group that wants to do that, and these people who write and they want to name these psychopathic individuals, they are celebrating the harm inflicted on hundreds of thousands and even millions of white people as a consequence of those acts. Remember that when they're trying to convince you that they really care about white people. Remember that when you have another donation. Remember that when you're wondering, who should I listen to? Who should I watch in the future? Remember that's what they're celebrating. The rape, the gang rape, the murders, the maiming of white people, coast to coast and all around the world. Every act of violence in the name of our people, especially when it harms innocent, rebounds to the misfortune of all Westmen, providing the proof for the anti-white narrative, justifying increasing censorship, racially motivated persecutions, prosecutions, physical attacks, trumped-up lawsuits, punitive legislation, and more, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the MC, that for those who think they really are military gun-ho types, when you are outgunned, you die with arms, but you win with brains. When you are outgunned, you die with arms, but you win with brains, which is why I know all of these people who claim that they're waiting for the big day, when they're finally going to go out there and have that glory that some content producer through some ancient poem said they could achieve by dying. And they're not going anywhere because they know that death is certain. They will justify at the last moment to do nothing, and they will turn over their firearms or whatever it was, and they'll just kick dirt for the rest of their lives. But we're not doing that. We're the champions of white well-being. That's why we are going to go from where we are to the zenith of recapturing our destiny. The white race doesn't exist, ladies and gentlemen. This is the MP that a lot of people hear, and they don't know exactly how to respond. And there are many ideas. There are many ideas about how to respond to the this MP. What you should remember, the very first thing you should do when you encounter this MP, there are many responses that you can have with an anti-white or with a vague when they make such a statement. So remember, you're going to couch what you are saying, how you say it, how firmly you say it, based on your audience. If it's an anti-white, you might just want to deliver the oratorical 1-2 punch or the written 1-2 punch and get out of there. If other people are watching, well, then you might want to go a little bit longer with the anti-white so that you can educate the people who are watching and reading. Pardon me. If you are if this is a person who is a vague and you're trying to bring them over, you're going to be have a lighter touch when you are speaking with them. You're not going to go at them quite so hard. But what you want to do in all cases is you don't want to start in the anti-white narrative. You don't want to start on the defensive. That's not what we do in Going Free. That's where we draw the line. That's the big dichotomy between us and the rest of the white sympathetic sphere. So a anti-white or vague says the white race doesn't exist. And of course, this can be said in numerous ways. So you've got to be a little agile of mind here. And I'm not going to write down every single example in the books. The book would be 1,000 pages long or more, with all of the different ways that anti-whites can deliver different MPs. And more importantly, how those MPs are circulating, how they are stated and circulating in your subconscious minds. You need to remember that. It's always there. Just like your ability to ride the bicycle. Immediately say to the person that the MC, meme curative, when they say the white race doesn't exist, you say, that is your wish. And it proves that you are anti-white. That is your wish, and it proves that you are anti-white. You can tack on the white race obviously exists, and you wish it didn't. So if you were talking to a vague, somebody you were trying to bring over, who is, they don't know. Does the white race, are there really races? Does the white race even exist? Don't get into at first, You can get into the, well, does the black race exist? Does the Jewish race exist? You can get into that after you have established your context, our story. So if it is a they, you can gently say, is that what you would like? Because if you would like the white race not to exist, then that would make you anti-white. And maybe I know you well, or maybe I've known you for a little while and I didn't know that about you. Or would you really like for the white race not to exist? Because it obviously exists. There obviously, and then you can get into these other subjects once you have set the table, if you will, about that conversation. That is what you wish. The white race doesn't exist, says the anti-white. That is what you wish. You wish it didn't exist, and that proves that you are anti-white. Then you can talk about the other issues. That, by the way, in second edition, iteration 1, MP and MC is on page 186. 186. The page numbers change a little bit in the next iteration, but I'm sure you all will be able to figure it out. We will. I'm very careful here about the microphone. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap up the first segment of our time together. And if you have any questions or comments, you can put those in the question widget. You can now put those on YouTube. Make sure you tag me. If you just write Jason, and I love it. I love that you just write Jason, that we on such a familiar basis with me. But I am less likely to see it when you do that. So we will take a quick little break and be right back.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
It's a magnificent bumper made by Slots. I love it. What a great champion he is, and all the great work that he does. That's glory, striving for glory. So let's go ahead. I'll take a quick look over here. We'll take a look at your financial gifts, if there are any, and questions and comments. We'll keep rolling right along. The great Yiz the Eunuch. We were talking about her earlier. She writes, with $3 financial gift to yours truly. Thank you, sweet sister. I'm with family tonight, so I'll be on and off all evening, but I'll be listening best I can. Just wanted to send wishes of white well-being to you and everyone here before I get too busy. Well, God bless you. Prometheus bless you. And thank you so much, dear sister, for all of your service to white well-being. Ascended practitioner. Let's get out the raucous emojis, folks. Ascended practitioner has really just come in, and we are so deeply grateful for everything. Just come in, making noise, ready to serve white well-being, excited about the success. $50 US to white well-being. And he writes only this: go free. Amen to you, brother. Amen. Go free. $50 US financial gift to white well-being. God bless you. And we deeply, deeply appreciate you for your service. Making real change, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so excited about it, and really heartened by change that I'm seeing. We have N8terific and the whole outreach team. Wonderful people, magnificent people, and they are making a big difference in the world. We have people who are out like Irish Ice and many others who are just legally distributing leaflets and content all the way around the world that's changing lives. People getting into the trenches of the Twitter and Gab and the like, and bringing people like Slots, bringing the message there. There's so many more. I wish I could name you all. We have, and we will. We're going to get to everybody, because that's what Going Free is about. Everybody is a champion who decides and acts like a champion. And so we have a big list of names. We had, of course, Final Blossom is some sort of heaven descended deity. I'm not exactly sure at what level, but he definitely is. I'm going to be thanking him later, but I'll just thank him right now again for this. And that is that he came up with this colossal list. You all saw, I think it was really only a handful of other people. And thank you all for contributing some more names. We had more names than we could use the first go round in the next magazine from White People. It's the White People's Quarterly magazine. You may see your name in there as one of the heroes in service to white well-being. If you don't, it's not because we forgot about you. It's because this is going to be repeated. It will happen more than once. And we'll get everybody's names in there who are doing good works for white well-being in one fashion or another. And but rest assured, we are fallible human beings. And if we do miss your name and you are doing good things for white well-being and you would like to be recognized and other people are seeing what you're doing, you're talking about what you're doing, please do not sit silent and just hope that somebody will notice. There is a lot going on. If I could do this full time, I would. And we're in stage 2, we're in phase 2 of the OE. If we were in a later phase, maybe we would have some staff and we would be able to just spot everybody doing glorious things. So please speak up and say, hey, Jason, contact me, get to somebody who's a regular Final Blossom and say, do you notice that I do X, Y, or Z? And I think I might like to see my name in that magazine, your nom de guerre, whatever it is that you're using. So please make yourself known, because we want to celebrate everybody who's doing a great job in service to white well-being. Piers Taylor is here, financially gifting $5, ascended practitioner, just amazing. Thank you, brother. But please don't feel that you can just jump into the question widget, write anything you want, and I will speak to it. Thank you so much. Piers Taylor, financially gifting $5. I caught the stream live from the start today, 8 a.m. I'm usually 2 hours behind in the stream, so the chat is in sync with the stream for a change. And then a laughing emoji face. Well, that is magnificent. 8 a.m. where Piers Taylor is. Welcome to you. And that's why I say a good Monday evening, Sunday morning. We are global, ladies and gentlemen. I hear from people all around planet Earth. These people who have this small-minded, just closed-minded ideas of just my little ethnicity of the white race, they are destined for the trash heap of history. When we go free, it presupposes that we, as white people, we love the variety of Western kind, that we are going to magnify that variety. And so we say this, and we say it all the time. If we as a people go free, the Irish will be more Irish than they have ever been. The Canadians, you can even break up Canada into the different segments. There'll be more of this or that type of Canadian than there has ever been, because we will love it. We won't have a homogenizing effect. There won't be this effort to make the white race into this one type of individual, this one type of man, this one type of woman. We have always loved the variety. The evidence is absolutely insurmountable that we have always loved the variety of our people. We have always loved, there was never a time, this homogenization didn't come about until you had global finance, and they wanted to get rid, of course you had primary was anti-whiteism, this desire to inflict injury, and then you had this making it easier to sell to customers. So that's simply not going to happen. These fears are unwarranted. And those people, they are destined for the trash heap of history. And we will look back on them as quaint oddities of the past. Like, isn't it funny that they only wanted to fight for this particular little flag or this particular little region? Wasn't that weird? Wasn't that quirky of them? How benighted. That will be the view as we look back in the rearview mirror. Let me see what else we have. We have the great Richard Wagner, ladies and gentlemen, a true magnificent talent of our age. And I know that this young man is just going to continue to improve in so many ways in his service to white well-being, in his talents, in his character. And we're very proud to have him with us. He writes with $10 financial gift. Thank you so much. Does any other group, collective, individuals in the entire white sphere get even a quarter of the life-changing testimonials that Go Free does? Do they even get any testimonials on a regular basis? Richard, I will tell you right now, I've been now over 2 decades in the white positive sphere, or the white sympathetic spheres. Remember the main superset, the super sphere, the white sympathetic sphere, We are one of those spheres, and we call ourselves the white positive sphere because we are honestly the only positive ones in there. The only positive ones. Everybody else is sympathetic, and either implicitly or explicitly. Some are wonderful people in spheres. Some are wretched, and we wish that they would just maybe go away, maybe into another dimension. But I will tell you with 100% certainty. And by the way, when I really started going to meetings and reading literature and the like, I got in tight with the old timers when I was a very young man. And I heard all of their stories from the decades earlier. So in effect, and I didn't just listen to their stories, but I was a firm believer, even as a young man. I don't remember a time that I wasn't this way, because my father and I would visit not only older relatives, but we would also visit just older people in the neighborhoods. And I always had the mindset that they have this wisdom, things that went wrong, things that went right. I could learn all of that and not have to make those mistakes. So I had that mindset. So in effect, I have 5, 6, 7 decades of wisdom by being able to glean it with humility, without thinking that, well, they couldn't possibly know something. No, I was just humble enough to know that obviously they were going to know more than I did, and that they were going to have views that I'd never heard of before, that their slice of reality as they've seen it over the years was going to be different than mine. So in effect, you could say, as many as 7 or more decades, if you wanted to look at it that way. And there has never been anything like this. You ask, do they even get any testimonial on a regular basis? I would take that question mark after basis and I would move it forward to right after the word testimonial. Do they ever get any testimonial question mark? And the answer is no. No, it's never happened, nowhere, at any point. They never get better. No one ever talks about how their life has been transformed by the ideology, the practice that they're learning. It is what I've talked about before, last week, the gallows humor and the gallows glee. That's all that comes from this. And then the competition of who can memorize the more stats about the differences in crime and this and that in maturation between the different races. There is never an improvement of life. Every one of the conferences. Now, this is the thing that happens at the conferences, is there's something that masks, and then I'm going to move on. We got to move quickly. There's something that masks the reality of what people are feeling down deep, or where their lives are heading down deep as a consequence of their connection. And it's beautiful. Richard Wagner asking this question is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He knows exactly. Brilliantly done, brother. You have this bonhomie when you go to conferences. You feel like, I'm finally in the world of the sane. I'm finally in the world of the living. I can finally be myself. And that ends up masking that the ideas, the approach, the vehicle, the etc. are all harming you. Because what always ends up happening is that these people are harmed. And you see it by their lives getting destroyed. They're losing family members. They're being suddenly left on their own. They cycle out of the sphere to never be seen again. And very often when we go to these after parties after the fact over the years, people will talk about how wretched their lives are. And then they'll contrast that with, boy, isn't it nice to get around a bunch of other people who see what the world is really like. Well, your life is totally a wreck and wretched, because in part, and sometimes in large part, because of the ideology, the vehicle, the approach, the angle, etc., that this particular organization, this mindset, etc., is giving you. Now, it's not, obviously these thought leaders and these organization leaders, they bear responsibility, but most of them, I would say, have their heart in the right place. They want to do the right or smart thing. They just failed. Maybe in other ways they're doing things that are good, certainly. But as far as being able to create a better person that then ends up bringing these magnificent, just miracle-like testimonials, a better family, the creation of children, etc. It's not happened elsewhere. And wherever you see, and it's so sad, and I got to move, wherever you see this, where people met, they had children or whatever, maybe it's at an event, or somebody talks about they had, they just had their third child or whatever. The children are kept away from the ideology. The wife doesn't agree. The husband doesn't agree. The wife or husband is a married single. The children are not allowed to participate. Or it's, pardon me, like you see with some of these so-called pagan groups that just seem to just self-detonate every couple of, I say so-called because I guess they technically are pagan groups, but then when they self-detonate, they kind of become something else. And they complain to me, and I feel bad for these folks. But they come together because they want community. They don't want to deal with the rest of the world the way it is. And then maybe they meet somebody and they have children, but they are their path is not one, even when the whole family is participating, is not one that is going to perpetuate their concern for the well-being of our people. It is one that is like an open wound, susceptible to anti-whiteism, because they don't have the psychological defense. So their children are a happenstance, if you will, almost, of just meeting someone that you'll have a similar ideology with, or a similar mindset, share a similar mindset with. So they're sort of happy accidents, if you will. And but then they're rearing their children with the same sort of ideas that are within the system, and they're just setting themselves up for self-destruction, the same way all of those white families prior to anti-whiteism having this much dominance and this much control over our societies. Don't you think all those families already existed? I mean, you go back to 1970s United States, UK, Germany, you go back to any of these countries back in the 1970s, and you had a population, 1970s, 1960s, 1950s, you had a population that had lovely families, and they cared about their countries. They were proud to be citizens. They were very proud of their family members who served in the military. So everything that many people now are saying, well, that's really all you need. A lot of nationalists, that's what they say. A lot of pagans, a lot of Catholics, a lot of Christians, a lot of atheists, they say that's all you really need, is just to get a bunch of people together who feel that way. We were already in that state, and they defeated us. So that's clearly not all that you need. And that's what these people who are getting together now and starting families, even if the whole family shares we're not going, we care about our country, we care about our kind. Just about every 1950s family, white family, had that mindset. And what happened? So that's not enough. And it's never been enough. And I see it. I've seen it over all of these years. I've had the old timers tell me about so many cases over all of the years of their time and what they learned from the older people in their presence. Big answer to Richard Wagner's question, because it's so important. No, the miracles don't happen elsewhere. And that's going to make other people jealous. It's going to make other people envious. It's going to make other people dislike that truth. But if their heart's really in the right place, content creators, thought leaders, they'll come to the conclusion that maybe they wanted to do more, and they haven't done as much as they wanted. And now there is something that is working miracles. And at first they felt that pull to jealousy and envy. And so they wanted to ignore, they wanted to slander, they wanted to, etc. But since their heart's in the right place, since they're good people, they're going to come around and they're going to say yes. They're going to continue doing whatever it is that they do that doesn't undermine white well-being, but they're going to bring their flock, if you will, to this process, to this practice that does work miracles. And this is my hope, at least, and I believe that for many it will be the case. I did want to mention we have, and I'll take a look over at Cash App, but we had a kind of an acerbic but I think warranted criticism, and the gentleman will remain unnamed. And I really want everybody to take this to heart. And essentially, part of his criticism, and I'm going to talk about right just for a moment, is this lackadaisical approach to using the lexicon and dialectics of Go Free. If you do not understand how to put something into the verbiage and the argument of Go Free, our story, if you don't understand, just ask. Just ask. Remember, there are no stupid questions. There are only stupid people. And stupid people won't ask. Stupid people will continue to use white negative language, which is anti-white language. It is the terminology of anti-whiteism. If you use anti-white terminology, you legitimize their ideology and all of the premises that defeat you, which are in your head. You don't even have to worry about the anti-white articulating them, whether it's somebody you're talking to or being in a movie. So if you do not understand, take the time to go pick up Go Free, take the time and look, or take the time to ask somebody in the live chat, ask somebody in the thread. This is what I want to say. This person that wrote this criticism, I thank you for writing the criticism, and I agree completely. He said, how are we supposed to take? And he uses the lexicon and dialectics of going free. And he says, how are we, or the general population and those who are going free, and those from the general population who come in, our brothers and sisters, how are they supposed to take us seriously when you, Jason, tolerate people using white negative language? And I don't have an answer for that. I have to be intolerant of it. I thought I was pretty intolerant of it, but I have to be even less, or rather even more intolerant, less empathetic to it. And I am at times quite less empathetic to it, because I find it infuriating that white people, the anti-whites, are able to create a new term, a new phrase, and then to put that into the population. And even the lowest IQ'd among us instantly learns it and uses it in conversation. Instantly. Why? Because it was in a book? Because it was in a law? Because it was in the mouth of a newsreader or in the newspaper? Why? Why is it that they so easily adopt MPs, but when they're showed meme curatives, and they see again and again, as Richard Wagner's talking about here with all the miracles we have, that it works, that suddenly it's like throwing a lacrosse ball at a brick wall. It bounces off faster than you threw it at the wall. If you've ever done it, I used to use a lacrosse ball because it would bounce back at me so fast against a brick wall, and then field with my baseball glove to prepare for a baseball. So this motion that I'm doing, this is the catching the lacrosse ball and throwing it back. It's just like it just bounces off again and again and again. I don't want to make the sound of somebody who maybe has a hard time, do the voice and the face of somebody who has a hard time learning things. But that's essentially what so many white people become when they are confronted with something that works for their well-being, something that works on their behalf. And it's some new MP, and they've instantly have it. Instantly. It's the strangest thing, but we're going to have to just be, I think, and you all need to be, in a friendly way, intolerant of white negative language, the language of white oppression, which is anti-whiteism, meme pathogens. We have to focus harder on saying we have a specific vernacular and a specific set of dialectics. This is what we use. It works. And so saying these other terms is just simply not permitted at all. We're not going to give leash anymore to people saying these things. Now, when a guest comes on, if it's like a guest who on like tap who is a regular, I am not going to embarrass that person every time that they don't use the lexicon and dialectics of Go Free. I will probably write them about it. Maybe they won't want to come back, and then maybe that's fine. Maybe if they hear from me too many times about, look, we don't want to hear white negative language. Okay. You know, it's like saying you don't want to allow cuss words in your house. You don't want to hear the blasphemy in your house. You don't want to, at some point, you know, you have to say no white negative language. Now, if it's a guest that is maybe going to be a one and done and never come back again, maybe I'll take a couple of opportunities there to say, okay, well, you say that. Well, here, just so you know, we actually say this, and it's very helpful. Maybe you should try it. And then you all will be able to learn along with that guest. But we have to take this to the next level. We're not going to be taken seriously if we say we have this lexicon and dialectics that work, but you can still kind of use all this white negative language. No, we're just not going to be able to do that anymore. So that was the point I wanted to make there, and I remembered on my own. So let me swivel around here and have a look at, we have, let's see, the great Azimuth Clark we were talking about earlier, financially gifting $1. Thank you, my dear brother. Go Free. Hail, family. Don't be a dip. Keep it kip. Oh, that's good. Good one. I like that. Don't be a dip. Keep it kip. KIP. Keep it Promethean. Yes, brother. Very good. Nice. And Azimuth Clark, again, another $5. Thank you, dear brother. This time, $5 financial gift. And he writes, with it, my son and I are listening to Going Free. My son. Now, and he puts a number 4. So is this son number 4? Or is this son who is 4 years old, son of the West? What is it? Is a son of the West who is 4, or a, and remember this other thing about using our language and our own language, and Azimuth Clark, if you can put that into the live chat, tag me on YouTube, or if you can put it on the Tall Kevin widget over on Entropy, please do that. And I will find it there. And hello to you, young man, son of the West. I'm glad to have you with us. So it's going to be Azimuth Clark says he's 4 years old. Well, good. He's going to be a wonderful champion. I can already tell if he's got a father like Azimuth Clark. He has another $4. The great Azimuth Clark is writing right here. $4 more to White Wellbeing. And this one he writes all capital letters, Go Free or Die. That's great. That's like the Gadsden flag. And I like it. I like it. Yes, indeed. Go Free or Die. $4. Thank you, dear brother. He is a great champion. You have a good daddy, Azimuth Clark Jr. The great DB Cooper, financially gifting $10. Thank you so much, my dear friend. In general, should our women go to university? Well, this is a great question. DB Cooper and his lovely wife, if you all don't know, we're talking about Richard Wagner saying, does anybody else have the testimonials that you have, that we have here in Going Free? We're saying no, nowhere even remotely close. Nothing like it happens. Now, that doesn't mean that content creators or organizational leaders have not been appreciated. That's different. That's different. But the testimonials of, wow, this really changed my life, zero. Never happened. And also, when it comes to testimonials, this is all tangible things. So these are, how did you have this change? Well, it was like, for example, the gentleman who ended up severing ties with some people that after going free for a certain amount of time, he began thinking to himself, I think these people might be undercover police officers or narcs of some type who are trying to encourage me to do something dangerous, illegal, and then I'll end up in jail and I got a family and everything. So these are tangible ways that we can say that people's lives are changed. You can really feel these things. This is not the weird testimonials that, unfortunately, we've often heard at church, or we've often heard from these like self-help, where there's nothing tangible, where they just say, well, I just had this new positive attitude, and now I have a, whatever it is that they claim to have. And then you see the documentary on everybody that was involved in that 6 months later, in that endeavor, and 6 months later you find out, oh, they're on Skid Row. Oh, so I guess that didn't work out. No, these are tangible things, and that's what we always have to point out. People are grateful for content creators, but life-changing events, family-changing events, school board-changing events, not happening. Simply not happening. So I just point out about the great D.B. Cooper and his lovely wife. I have no blood relation to these wonderful heroes. I've never met them in person, and yet a magnificent testimonial to the success of going free in their lives and in the lives of others. They named one of their children after me. And so that is because of the success of Go Free. We can all make the decision to go free. We can all make the decision to do wonderful things and be worthy of that sort of thing. And I am honored to the end of all days by D.B. Cooper and your lovely wife, brother. $10 financial gift. Thank you so much. And the question is, should our women go to university? Well, I think the question can be broadened to, should our men as well go to university? Let me rephrase it this way. In most cases, no one should go to university. The price of university of going to college, going to a college, going to a university, has gone beyond imagination because of the federal government backing the loans. So it was inevitable, and the anti-white idea that everybody's going to get to go to college decreased the value of the degrees that you can get at college and university. So go to college or a university, and this is just speaking generally for men and women at the moment. If what you want to do, that you know you will be able to make a living at, and keep in mind, this is what's very important when you're a white person. Is this a field that is going to be able to support you as this white erasure, the victimization of our people, continues afoot? For every diversity hire, for every diversity quota, for every diversity quarter celebration that these big companies have, there are white people who are getting fired, diversity fires, and that means that you didn't get the job, or you were fired, or you didn't get the promotion you deserved, and on and on and on. So you'll be acquiring massive debt. So is this a field that, at the rate that things are progressing with anti-whiteism, that you are likely in 2 years, in 5 years, in 7 years to be purged from the company, or to never even be able to get a job in the field because they are going to persecute white people, discriminate against them? And it won't matter. Trust me, it won't matter how good your grades are. If you could see my grades, it doesn't matter at all. It doesn't matter at all. Especially if you're a white male, it doesn't matter at all how well you do. So they are, these entities are as anti-white as they can come. You look at what the anti-whites are doing in other sectors, it's beyond imagination. So easily believable and observable, demonstrable in business that these things are taking place. So that means that rather than go to college or university, you get into, if you're not going to be getting into a profession where you need the laboratories and etc., obviously the STEM fields where you need this, and there's nothing wrong with going into this, a wonderful thing, and our people should continue to go into these fields. But if you're not sure about your future in the field, or you're not sure even if you like the field or whatever, look instead for professions that you can get into where you can have on-the-job training, where you can autodidactic, you can train yourself, and you can begin in apprenticeships. You can begin, donating your time to different organizational entities, and be the guy or the girl who has to go get the coffee most of the time for their internships, and begin getting that education that way, the actual doing of the thing. And then, even if it's something that can provide you with a living in some fashion or another, and maybe you do a dual learning, maybe it's 2 fields that you work in, or you study in, so you always have something that you can do to support yourself. If you then, the one field gets purged, or you do get purged from a company, or you never get hired, you can go someplace else and you can use that training elsewhere and make yourself a living. And also, don't be afraid, just a tangential subject to this, please avail yourself of the social welfare nets at every point of your life. Don't ever let's get rid of this idea that it is somehow immoral to get on these programs. Absolutely, if you are able to get on for food or for whatever it might be, become a professional at finding out how to get the information that you need to get onto these programs if you need to be on them, and then avail yourself of them for as long as you need to avail yourself of them. And in fact, perhaps in the future, one of the things that the organizational entity can do is to help people the same way that anti-white organizations help non-white people, help white people get onto these programs so that they can supplement their livelihood the way that many non-white families supplement their livelihoods. Now we narrowed it down a little bit further to women. Should women go to university? Or should women go to college? The question is too broad to answer in the way it's worded. Individual, we need our women. Let's put it this way: we need our women, more of our women, certainly the women who are going free, more of them, to be making the decision during that precious time of their life when they can produce healthy, the percentage of likelihood of producing healthy offspring, and their physical fitness level, their own ability to heal, and this, now we're talking about not healing just from childbirth, but that too, but also healing the body after all of the physical challenges of rearing children, having to run around after them, having to catch them before they fall off the banister, catch them once they fall off the banister. We need far more of our women making the decision that in this period of my life, when I'm going to be able to, I'm going to have a higher percentage of producing healthy offspring, and I'm going to physically be able to go with less sleep, physically be able to recover after having to run after the children, and etc. We need more of our women focusing on having families during that period. And then if they want to get education, more education in a particular field, to do that after they have already begun that process. After they have already gotten that family up and rolling, and the kids are more of where they can take care of themselves, and etc. And there are wonderful examples of women who do. You don't need to be a superwoman, although we will probably refer to you as one. But there are, Phyllis Schlafly is a wonderful example of, you have a family, and then you could go on to do some other education. Now, when it comes to these universities, in particular, I think our young women are, I think, on a bell curve, are generally a little bit more susceptible to the peer pressure than our males. And they go to university. I think everybody has horror stories, many, of the daughter, the sister, the cousin, the whatever, who was a good girl and had good traditional values or whatever it was. She goes to university, and after one semester, in some cases, comes back and is as anti-white and vicious and hate-filled as a white person, any person could be. And there's just not as many stories of that happening to our young men. They seem to be, for various reasons that people could cite, biologically a little bit more resistant to peer pressure than our young women. So it does, universities and colleges do create a place that is much more, I think, dangerous. I know, dangerous ideologically for our young girls, and also physically, because they're put into an environment where, how many times have we seen these videos where we see people, young men, older men saying to the white females, well, you are just this anti-white slur if you don't date me, if you don't let me, and then, and they fill in the blank with some sexual act. These are life-changing events. And even if that doesn't happen, many of them are caught up in this anti-white mindset of going out and just having multiple sexual partners. And this ruins women. Women are not, and of course, check with CNN. I could be completely wrong. Here's my opinion. And check with the biologists. I'm sure at your local university, they'll tell you the exact opposite. It's not natural for a woman to have many sexual partners, because for millennia, a sexual partner meant a pair bonding requirement, because they needed the male to remain to protect her and the child, because she was going to be utterly incapacitated to survive in a wild environment. And so it is in some ways, there are people who argue that it destroys them, women, psychologically, to have many sexual partners. And many people have described the pair bonding as like a tape, and the sticky tape that you tape presents up with. And the more times you stick it to something and pull it off, it loses its ability to stick to the next surface. And that for women, pair bonding is very much like that. So, in short, both young men and women, or middle-aged, or whatever you are, you're thinking about going to college or university. Do you need it? There's going to be a massive debt. What field are you going into? Are you going to be purged? Are you going to be able to, is it going to be profitable for you? Are you if you're a young woman, are you willing to sacrifice, or I get that period of being able to, that best period for you of being able to have children, healthy children, and you remain healthy over that period? Are you willing to sacrifice that? And knowing that you could have that and then return to it. And I would say, even while women are managing the children and the household and all, this is, what do they call this? Like, there are so many disparaging names for the women who are being a doctor, being a lawyer, being all of this, because you have to be all of these different hats to be at home and rear a family. And they use this, the anti-whites, to drive them out into the workplace, because, look, being all those things is just beneath you. But being a whatever and sitting in maybe you got a big office, but you're still just making your boss rich. That's what it comes down to, and your family's neglected. But while you are at home, and you can learn skills while you're home if you're a woman, and you can provide supplemental income that way if necessary. And that's something else that can be done. And also to say that when it comes to couples, even though we can look at, as tradition has come down to us as successful, it's the reason why it's the tradition, because it's been retained because it's been successful, where you have the ideal of the man is able to bring in the income, the mother is there to be there for the children 100% of the time. Nowadays, the way the world is, the women, the white men, absolutely discriminated and persecuted by the system in a way that has been unknown to the world. You might have a situation where dad is home with the children because mom at her job is going to make 3 times or 4 times as much. And maybe that's not the money that you need to live in a nice part of the town. That's the money that you need just to be able to live in a safe area. So not like living upscale, like you're going to the beach 3 times a year or something of this nature. Having said all of that, final thing to say is that there are some women who are not young girls who are not going to feel any desire whatsoever to have a family. They're not going to have, and that's not going to make a good wife. That's not going to make a good mother. And so pressuring a young woman into that scenario is not going to be good. Not for her, not for the husband, not for the children. So if you have a daughter like this, and she's just absolutely, she would make a terrible wife and mother, and she would rather have a job, then she should view university and college the same way that a young man would. Do I need this to be able to do the job or jobs I would like to do? Is this a field I am likely to be purged from? How long will this field and this training be profitable to me, taking into consideration the colossal debt that she will incur? So it's a very complicated answer to the question, but life is complicated, and we have to address it as mature adults. And I really deeply thank you, DB Cooper, for asking that magnificent question. The great Brad C is with us. Great, another magnificent champion. Always love seeing your face, brother. $20 US. And he writes, in honor of our fantastic community. I could not agree more. Thank you so very much, and cheers to you, brother. A big cheers to you. And we have a wonderful lady, shows up week after week, and just every time I see her name, I Love Jesus Christ, it puts a smile on my face. $10 from I Love Jesus Christ. Thank you, sweet sister. And she writes here in memory of Chris Donald. Now, I'm afraid I don't know who Chris Donald is, so please, if somebody could fill me in. This is probably another victim of anti-whiteism. So thank you so much for honoring Chris with this $10 financial gift to White Wellbeing. I Love Jesus Christ. What a beautiful person and a beautiful deed right there. And we will swivel around. I'll take a look at what you all are. Did you all notice the go to hell with the NFL? It's supposed to, I guess it was supposed to be, I uploaded it incorrectly. I guess it was supposed to just keep going as a GIF. And and it just played and stopped, didn't it? But then I pressed play and it played again. But that is another Groundhog Fury magnificent creation. So thank you so much for that, dear brother. Promethean Impak says you can get it through his site. Oh, talking about noigocollectibles.org. I guess they were asking questions. Oh, and thank you for supplying that information. I see the great First Last is here, another certifiable genius. Nancy Drew is with us. Budgie is here. Hello to you. D.S. Williams. Robert Smith. Great to see you both. TJ, hello to you. The great, the wonderful Elaine Sabatino. Alex is with us. Sebastian as well. Psych is with us. Hello to you. And welcome. Shauna Shaw, welcome. And we have K-Max McDonald and Robert Smith. And G is with us. I've just entered the hood. Oh, I've got some pictures to show you all. I was just in the district today. That's Washington, D.C. I'm in Northern Virginia, for those who don't know, around the world, which is right across the river, the Potomac, from Washington, D.C., effectively the capital of planet Earth, and as anti-white as it is. And I was in, and it's called the District of Columbia, and so locals, we call it the district. And I was in, and I took some photographs that I wanted to share with you all, just because it was a sunny, it's a pretty day. I should have gone over to see any of the cherry blossoms, or what if anything's out yet. But let's see. Is that Mindopin? Hello to you. And John Ludwig. Hello. American Chestnut Tree. Great to see you. Heidi's here. Great to see you. We thanked you for your financial gift earlier. And we have JWS is with us. Euro Yankee, wonderful to see you, sweet lady. I think you sent me, was it a video? Did you make a video? I'll have to take a look back. I've been so busy, but one of the things that's good is I'm going to be able to get to a lot of these messages, a lot of things that have been neglected because we had the pedal to the metal for iteration 2 after this horrible election season, and so we're catching up. We're getting caught up on everything now, and then I think by next month we'll start going back and forth, me and the proofreaders. It's going to be magnificent. We're going to be even more empowered than we are today. And Chris is here. Great to see you, brother. White Calling. That's a great name. Welcome to you. Maximus. Hello. Jessica. Hello, sweet lady. Baldor. Welcome. Hello to you. And if anybody has any opinions over the course of these gatherings, you have questions, opinions that diverge from mine, speak up, and then we will hash it out. Hungarian Spectator is here. Universities, studies in law and economics may be useful, but you need to be inoculated against anti-whiteism. Actually, thank you for really pointing that out. We'll need white positive professionals in the future. We absolutely will. And that, I guess, DB Cooper, is the most important thing. I was taking it as a given, but it should be said that any of your children going out into the world at all should be going free. They should be inoculated against anti-whiteism so that when they arrive at these classrooms, everything that's anti-white, all of the efforts of the anti-whites, redound to our benefit. They let them spend the trillions and trillions. This is what I argued for so long, that this is what we need, guys. And what people didn't agree, but we created it. Now we have the trillions that they spend, all of the effort, all of the etc. that they put forth. The evil rebounds to our benefit if your children are inoculated against anti-whiteism. And inoculating them against anti-whiteism is having them go free. It's not telling them that, oh, the communists are in charge. And that does nothing. That does nothing. They'll come back as communists. And they'll hate you for opposing the communists. Elaine Sabatino, great advice, Jason. I'm in debt for a master's degree that trained me how to cater to anti-white groups, out-groups, at the expense of my own people. You can never be anti-white enough. Well, precisely. And that we saw with Dianne Feinstein a couple of weeks ago. She was severely criticized. I think her name was taken off of a school, if I'm wrong. If Carlisle is still with us, maybe she knows of that story and can fill us in. I think her name was taken off of a school because at some point in the past, she's always been anti-white. But what do we say? You can never be anti-white enough because you'll always be judged by the anti-white standard of the day to come, of the future to come. So even Dianne Feinstein, as anti-white as she was, and she is anti-white, at some point in the past, she wasn't anti-white enough. And so they decided to take her name off of a school, I think it was. D.S. Williams is here. Great to see you and welcome. Daniel Summerlee is here. Great to see you again, sweet sister. Maybe you've been here and I haven't noticed you, but I see you now. Red Eagle says, any time lapse on how much we've got left to save the West. I feel a sense of urgency. Then Red Eagle, I expect, since you feel a sense of urgency, that you are going to be coming back week after week with magnificent stories about how you are spreading Go Free to your circles of influence. There's no excuse. If you keep coming back here and saying, we don't have enough time, what are we going to do? I'm going to begin to wonder if you need to find a learning disabled class, because we have it here. It's called Going Free. If you don't agree with it, or if you don't think it works, then again, there's a learning disabled class for that. If you realize that it works and you're not going free, again, there's a class for that. If you realize that it works and you are going free, then I've got to ask, why are you not sharing it with everyone you possibly can as quickly as you can? There's a therapist for that. So you're asking about the time we have left. That there is no way, and I try to articulate this, and thank you actually for the question, because it is an important issue. There is no way for any human being telling you that we have about this much time left is either knowingly lying or too stupid to know that they have no idea what they're talking about. It's one of those two. So are you going to listen to a track record in me that should give you pause and say, kind of a track record here, maybe I'll stick with this guy, and these others, well, they got a different track record, so maybe not listen to them anymore? Societal context shifts alter things radically. So, and then also your question here, you're asking things that are absolutely impossible to know. You're asking for a time frame, impossible to even remotely say. And then you ask a question that is definable an infinite number of ways. Save the West. What does save the West mean? In your head, in Daniel's head, in Jesse's head, in my head. What does it mean realistically? What does it mean within the current context? What does it mean within the societal context shift that maybe we engender 2 years from now, or the societal context shift that is forced upon us 6 months from now? I was saying this kind of talk prior to COVID-19. Why weren't more people going free? There is the only thing we can do is be the best of who we are, who we can be, continue to improve, and bring our family members in and bring our community in and have the biggest impact with our life, be the hero in that tale, and then make the most of the challenges and opportunities that are presented to us. If you really feel that you're really feeling this sense of urgency, which I tell you, I feel it feverishly, so much so that the going free that I did several days ago was definitely adult content, because I get furious because I've had these arguments, these conversations with so many people for so long. Just imagine if, instead of it being just me who brought you going free, what if let's just have like a big question. What if half of all of the content creators that I talked to over the past 2 decades had decided, yeah, they're going to take up going free as well? Half. And then you have these people who are far more popular than I am for whatever. They're more entertaining, they're better looking, they're whatever it is. They're more interesting. Then they have their massive audiences. Where would we be today? Where would you be? Where would your children be? How much safer would they be in that environment? What kind of laws would be getting passed today? What kind of laws would it be impossible for anti-whites to pass today? So, and in particular, when the harmful effects of anti-whiteism are visited upon white babies, white children, K through 12, I get furious. And because there's no excuse. I'm not going to get furious today because we are child friendly, but I get furious, as you all saw a couple days ago. I really get furious, and it can get a lot worse than that, because I'm very impatient over people making willfully dumb decisions when I have articulated with reason, logic, and evidence something that works, and people can't articulate something in return that works, or they can't overcome my positions, and yet they remain stolidly in their position. I get upset because I see the babies getting hurt because of these people. It's like this. We were having a conversation the other day about the ant-nats and how all they do is they hate on one group of people, and they want to get everybody else to hate on one group of people. And their concern for white people is, in Western kind, is secondary. It's, if you can believe that anybody would listen to an ant-nat, is secondary. Maybe white people will be better off, and as long as they can victimize some group of non-white people. And the presupposition there, and I've argued this hundreds of times, and that's not an exaggeration, that's not hyperbole, with people. The presupposition there is that Western kind is healthy, is this, if you anthropomorphize it, is this healthy person except for this one blockage. And if you can just pluck this blockage out, well, then it's just perfect. That is not even remotely close. That is such a childlike perception. Such, I don't know, it may be what they would refer to as midwit, or maybe some of these people are higher than midwits, but apparently they're not high enough intellectually. That is such a childish view of human dynamism, the human condition, the human animal, sociology, the actions of the crowd, psychology. It is such an elementary misunderstanding that it is difficult for me to even have a conversation with such people. There is no way that that there's one blockage, and if you just pluck that out, everything else is fine. It'll just take care of itself. Absolutely not. We need to become a people. That is the only way we are going to achieve health. And then it won't matter what sicknesses are in the world, because we'll be able to handle them. Euro Yankee. She says, that is called righteous anger. It is indeed. And anger is a virtue when it protects the innocent, but it can also scare the crap out of kids and people who are sure they're like, I wonder, like right in the middle of one of my orations, my righteous anger-filled orations, they're like, I wonder what this is all about. Play. Summer Lee says, good to see you too, dear brother. Thank you so much. And looks like we had some anti-whites show up, and they were handled by our wizard. Like Scream in the Gray handled them wonderfully. Thank you, dear brother. Boy, what a bunch of winners. Hey, there's the great Carlisle Cockatoo. She's here. She says, yes, Feinstein's name was removed from a school because she had replaced a Confederate flag in 1983 that had been flying outside a federal building. Because she had replaced a Confederate flag in 83 that had been flying outside a federal building. So was it, she had not replaced it quick enough. She hadn't white erased quick enough. So thank you so much, sweet lady, for jumping right in, tagging me with the information. It's great to see you. Jonash is here. Just to let you know, Mark Collett has just reviewed the, I'm not going to even say, because the ear is against the door, the name of this god-awful movie, and I will have nothing to do with it or any of that nonsense. That is and he was saying that he felt like watching that was one of the most painful things of his life. So it won't be news to him that I don't want anything to do with that movie. Elaine Sabatino says, thanks, Jason. Cheers to White Wellbeing. Robert Smith says, hail victory, brother. Amen to that. We have the great William Runner here and the wonderful Ursa Major. Great to see you as well. Sterling Price and a Danny. And Groundhog Fury is still with us. Wonderful to see you, brother. All right. We will swivel back around this way. And I think maybe we will take a brief... Hiraeth break. And we will listen to, I think it's song number 3 of Hiraeth's on her new album. We just had her on tap, ladies and gentlemen, which is where Jared George and I co-host a show, The After Party, and she revealed her face for the first time. So it was a face reveal, and a lot of firsts when it comes to the After Party. So be sure that you watch The After Party because you never know what could happen there. There could be a first that you miss out on. And after we listen to that magnificent music, we will be right back.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
And let's keep this rolling right along, folks. This great stream that we're having here today. Let me take a look over at DLive. Wow, it looks like we might have, well, come on. There we go. Got stuck there for a moment. We'll take a look there. And I want to show you these pictures as well that I took. And I think I can do that directly from, all right. I think I can do that. Can I do if I make it, no, I think I'll just show it like this. I guess in this picture viewer, I can show it. And this is what the White House looks like now. What do you think of that? Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see the White House? It's back there. You see it has all of this fencing around it for some reason. And these are your two entrances. And you can see, I've got another photograph. You can see they have these like concrete, these like steel barriers that come up so that vehicles can't make it through. And then beyond that, there's a wall. There's a wall. So you got this big fence and quite a lot of law enforcement and military. And then there's a wall, which is the strangest thing because the anti-whites, you know, they go on and on about how walls don't work. So there is, let's see, and then what's this one? Okay, you can see a little better here. You should be able to see the White House in this one. And let's see, I don't want to open up the same. No, this is the next one. There you go. There you can, if you look through the chain link, right in the center there, you got two segments, and the one on the left, you can actually see the White House. And then you can see the concrete or those steel barriers or whatever they are that come up out of the road. And then in the distance, you can see that fortification. So I guess this is all fortifications around the White House. So it's an interesting choice, I think. Definitely an interesting choice for landscaping. I mean, I'm sure that's what it's all about, is just having landscaping that the new tenants find to be interesting. I also want to show you this over at the Howard Theater. I don't know if you've heard of the Howard Theater in Washington, D.C. before, but this is an interesting spectacle outside the absolutely wonderful Howard Theater. You can take a look at that. So you can see there are some, on the building, the actual theater, you can see there are some black fists. Not exactly sure what the black fists stand for, but you also see people encased in bubbles. And they appear to be dining, or I don't know. But they are encased in bubbles right outside of the Howard Theater, on which there are black fists that represent something, but I'm still not sure exactly what they are yet. But this is the kind of dining you want to have. You want just think of the ambiance. When you sit down, you want to have your meal. It's lovely. You know, you sit down, you're like, where's my bubble that I get to eat inside of? And I get to rebreathe, I guess, my exhalations in my bubble. And I get to be right outside this wonderful Howard Theater and with the black fists on it. That's what I would. I mean, there's no way you can hear the sarcasm in my voice. And let me see. Did I have another one? Ooh, you know what? I think I've got. Yep, this one. This is just to give you a view of some of the streets in the nice part of town. You all will appreciate this, especially those, around the world. They'll Washington, D.C., what exactly goes on? What does it look like behind? When you're not just looking at the buildings, the government buildings, what is exactly, well, that's what it looks like. Little narrow, not much room, little narrow, little claustrophobic. Parking is, as you can see, at a premium. Share just some pictures from my world. And finally, what I have is I have one more, I think. Let me see. I might have, we'll see. I want to show you all one more. It's this fantastic picture that I took of the jail in DC. Now, the jail, and I got to find it. I'll show you this one first, and then I'm looking for the picture of the jail. This isn't the jail. This is some sort of museum, but it's definitely not the jail. Some sort of really, I think the architect could have done a lot better. It almost looks like it is now you can see in the background, that is the Washington Monument. And it almost looks like this is the base of a different kind of Washington Monument. As you can see, it tapers, it gets wider toward the top, and like it plunged out of the sky. Maybe it was like one of those lawn darts, and it was thrown, and this is where it landed. And then they decided to just hollow it out and build a museum in it. I think probably I'm not going to be able to find the picture of the jail that I took, so we'll move ahead. And I know I have a picture of the jail somewhere, but it was a lovely day, as you can see. The fortifications were out, the police, various branches, the troops were out. Just what you want your nation's capital to look like if you live in a banana republic or whatever. But it was quite an interesting day. Did we have another one? I thought we had. Oh, no, I showed you. Oh, we do have. Where is it? I think Yiz. Yes, it's somewhere. Maybe I'll find it before we wrap it up today. But she has this great picture of her collections of dice with the books Going Free. I think Prometheus Rising, maybe Born Guilty. It's a fantastic picture. I'll have to find it to show you all. And then, of course, you all got to see big round of applause also to Mestizo for making this great image that we had up at the front. Bravo Sierra. As you know, we don't take any Bravo Sierra here on Going Free. Well done, brother. He's always doing magnificent artwork. So let's see. We're going to take your phone calls in just a little while. So if you would like to talk, or if you remember, you can financially gift. And if you are going to write a question or a comment in the live chat or in the question widget, please try to skill yourself at making it a question or comment that requires no more than one word from me or a single sentence, because we are trying to truncate. We need to truncate the expatiation, or truncate expatiation. That is I'm going to make that into a bumper sticker. What was that other bumper sticker from back in the day? Eschew obfuscation. So this is truncate expatiation. And so we're trying to shorten it up because of that. If you do have something that requires many more sentences and explanation, then please financially gift with that. All right. So because we answer the totality of financial gifts. Just taking a quick, we did have a couple more of these that I wanted. We had cis white male with extra privileges wrote under the no violence video. A lot of these guys chest thumping about violence aren't even doing basic stuff like having a family. It's a lot easier to LARP as some action hero than put in the work of making content or a family. Of course, a lot of these people calling for violence are federal agents. Naturally, they have these honeypot traps, and it's something they use all of the time. There's nothing surprising about that. But it might not be true, what I just said. Ask CNN. So call up the FBI, ask them if they ever do that sort of thing or not. Or MSNBC, check with them. Don't listen to me. Doomer Redneck. Somebody, some poor soul naming himself Doomer Redneck, writes back to cis white male with extra privilege writes, cis white male with extra privilege. Yes, of course, because NWG isn't a Fed, right? Question mark. And he damn sure isn't a grifter, huh? Question mark. And then ellipses after the question mark. Actually, both ellipses after both question marks. Very funny. And then he comes back with, mark my words, because of the dissension in this movement, because of matters like this, there will be purging. So, according to Doomer Redneck, which his word is absolutely just unimpeachable, as you can tell from his previous statement. If you say that we reject violence, and we also we state emphatically that any violence committed supposedly on the behalf of white people, it always does harm to our people, maybe even millions of them. Well, maybe you could say certainly millions, because if we are silenced and unable to reach them, then that's harming them. But certainly there will be many tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands that will be victimized by anti-whites of all races who decide that white people need to suffer for that atrocity that was committed by a white person. This person is saying that if you are opposed to committing those atrocities, well, then there'll be violence. And he's going to purge you. Althea wrote something in response to him as well. And then he wrote back to her, I've only been in the movement for 5 years, he writes. But in all that time, I've learned that this movement is infested with cowards, feds, and grifter. And missing an S, I guess. And almost everybody falls for their Bravo Sierra, although he didn't write that. By the way, if he, meaning Jason, has been doing this since he was a kid, then he hasn't made any difference at all. He needs to change his approach, assuming he's actually one of us. Well, Doomer Redneck, I have been having massive success with going free. The problem is that there are, unfortunately, violent imbeciles like yourself that reject the success that we have and would rather just sit around waiting for some violent day when you're supposedly going to go commit violence against, you won't even win against your local regular police force. I mean, you are an imbecile and you will surrender to them. We've been having huge success, but in part because of people like you getting in the way. So when he says that I'm doing something wrong, no, my friend, you need to look into the mirror. You are doing something wrong. You are rejecting the only thing that works. And so many others have been rejecting the only thing that actually changes anything. That's the problem. My problem has been that I've been up against imbeciles like you. I've been up against Muppets like you for year after year after year after year, and you still show up in the threads. You've been around for 5 years. You've sacrificed nothing. And instead of keeping your mouth shut and your ears open to what's working, you decide to start talking. That's the problem. It's not something I'm doing wrong. That was the only other thing I wanted to finish on that point. I shared the pictures with you, and we have community comments to get to that are magnificent today. And so let me see what you all are doing now, though, in the chat. And remember, questions or comments, this is the time to ask them while we are going free, because I can answer them very easily for you. Hey, the great Mrs. Jess Horst is with us. What a wonderful woman. And this woman has sent pictures before, folks, of the flat screen TV, and yours truly is, and the children are watching. So hello to all of those daughters and sons of the West. You have a magnificent mother here, she writes, with $25 financial gift, a humble folk offering, and then a little heart, a white heart emoji, Kip, keep it Promethean, and then a little emoji flame. Thank you so much for that. You are a very sweet lady, and we dearly appreciate you and your service to White Wellbeing. We know that those are future champions being raised in your care, and thank you for that. K-Max McDonald financially gifting $5. Jason, Huffington Post laid off a bunch of journalists who posted non-stop anti-white articles. Is this proof And then K-Max, we're getting stricter on the use of language here. So I'm going to be correcting everyone from now on. We never say anti-whiteness. We never say whiteness or anti-whiteness. Very quickly or briefly, whiteness is an anti-white slur created by anti-whites as a trap for us. And our people have fallen for it, and they're saying it, they're using it. It's nothing against you. A lot of people have been using this. You need to say anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism. That is a real word. It would have still been real had I created it like I thought I created it back in the 90s, but it actually existed prior to that in the dictionary, and you can find it still in old dictionaries. Anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteness. Whiteness means white people. It means white people don't exist, and it means oppression. So every direction you go with that meme pathogen, you are evil. So that is for your safety, brother. And let other folks know when they come up, when you see them use it around you. Hey, this is a landmine. This is a trap created by anti-whites. Don't use it. So is this proof anti-whiteism is not only immoral, but not a good selling product? Nobody wants to read the unbearable whiteness of Christmas articles. Was that like the title of like a category that they had? I mean, I could see that being the title of a category because they use whiteness for their locutions. I mean, it's very powerful and acerbic to our existence. Is it, you're asking here, is it proof that anti-whiteism is not only immoral, but not a good selling product? Well, let me first ask you about the Huffington Post. Is it printed as well as online? Because if it has a printed branch, almost a pun there, because of paper trees, you get it. If they do have a printed version, then that would undoubtedly be suffering grievously. You know, if it's a newspaper, rather. If it is a webzine, if it's just all online, it is many of these anti-white. There is a positive note in there, though. K-Max financially gifting $5 with this. Thank you so much for that, brother. There is a positive note to this. But there is also the fact that you have a lot of redundancy in the anti-white message. So you just have so much anti-whiteism that, and the money is getting spread amongst it so thinly that businesses are going to suffer as a consequence. It's like in business, the great profit that accrues to the first in a field is swiftly diminished to the thinnest of margins by competitors. And this is sort of, you just have this surfeit of anti-whiteism now. And you'll see anti-white publications, websites going out of business just because there are too many to be supported by the population. Now, the note that is positive here that I think you're striking, K-Max, and K-Max is another great participant in service to White Wellbeing, is that yes, there are white people who would otherwise have read Huffington Post or somewhere else, and therefore help to fill out the businesses that are supplying the anti-white narrative and these angles of news stories or whatever, the lies, and they're fed up with it. It's gotten so blatantly anti-white that they are just disgusted. When it was hidden with mispretexting, if you're going for, you know what this is, ask somebody in the live chat if you don't know what mispretexting is. When it was hidden by mispretexting, then they were good with it. They felt like it was serving whatever that argument was. But now it's just really gotten to a point of salience that is a result of the absolute domination of America, of the entirety of the West by anti-whites. And so it's just because of that power, They're just in your face about it, and more Westmen are turning away from it. And probably the non-white people are who thought they thought, well, we really are anti-white because it is this anti-white narrative says we are owed because of X, Y, or Z, or whatever the mispretexting that really works for them personally. But now that they're seeing it become so just victimize the white man, the truth is coming out. They're thinking, I don't want to read that anymore. That is not really where my mindset is. Certainly there are going to be non-white people like that. So that's what I think. But yes, there is a positive note in there, and thank you for bringing it up. The grade 4 null, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting $5. And he writes, with that $5, do you think that the abbreviation white plus is acceptable to use? What is white plus? You'll have to tell me. If you could just jump into the question, Tall Kevin Widget Brother, and tell me what it is. You mean just for us, the way we say white positive, say that white and then the addition symbol? Is that what you mean? Or is this some new thing that has something to do with these different categories of sexuality or victim group or something weird like that? So if it's our thing, white positive, then yeah, you could use, shorten it down to, white, the addition symbol. Yes, that's fantastic. Brilliant. Actually, that's wonderful. Use that. Now I was saying antique nationalists over and over, and then Grayman shortened it to antiques, and that was perfect. Just calling them antiques. I thought, wow, that's strong. I like that. And then in addition to that, N8terific came in with Ant-Nat, and I thought that's fantastic too. So yeah, for null, throwing out white with the addition sign for positive. I love it. Go ahead, brother. Everybody, you know, if you feel like that's a way to shorten it, you're white positive. Let's get a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Raucous emojis out. So we should, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have to find a supplier, and I'm going to make available on No White Guilt Collectibles, especially since I'm going to be having more time to catch up on all of these things. On No White Guilt Collectibles, maybe like little stuffed emojis. And then I will make those available on No White Guilt Collectibles, and I will, maybe we'll put, nowhiteguilt.org on them or something like this. And then if there are children watching with their parents or guardians or whatever, and I say, get out your emojis, the kids can get out their emojis. They can get out their raucous emojis and maybe shake them, or maybe there'll be like a dog squeak toy inside or something. Could you imagine the dog leaping into the air at the sound of the squeak toy? J.M. Johnson, financially gifting $75 to yours truly. Thank you, my dear brother. Thank you so very much. $75 comes up nice and red here on Entropy. Really get your attention. How many people come across the borders for a better life that actually create companies that hire us? Well, that's a fantastic question. I will tell you, your question there, how many create companies? More than you would think. How many create companies that hire us? Less than you would think, or fewer than you would think, to be accurate. They are given a host, people who cross the border of the various ways that one can cross the border, all wonderful people, I'm sure. They immediately have access, and a lot of people don't know this, and it may not be true. Always check anything I say against CNN and MSNBC and your favorite anti-white who calls themselves social justice warriors on YouTube. Make sure you check with all of them about anything I say. But having said that, if you are in this country and you overstay, or let me just say you're here in this country and you maybe are not supposed to be, or it's not even, you were supposed to have left, let's just say. You can just go and apply for a change of status at any congressional office, and they grant them. So that may be true, it may not be true. Somebody else said it. So I'm just telling you what somebody else said. So you'll have to pick up the phone and call CNN and ask them. But Once here, there is this wide range of benefits that are specifically set aside for these groups of people, not our group of people, and to start businesses, to buy homes, to buy cars, to pay for their food. And they go under a range of names. And these are the direct benefits, the direct theft of our wealth creation, and then thieving that wealth creation and then just giving it to other groups. That's you might wonder, how is it that this group has come into the community and suddenly they're all, driving around really nice cars, they're buying the big houses? That is how. Could you imagine going from some of these places they came from and then suddenly owning the biggest of the single family homes in the neighborhood and driving the BMW or the Mercedes or whatever? I mean, that is how. But it's not only the direct access, but everybody forgets, or so often too many people forget, the indirect access. There are colossal sums of our wealth creation that are thieved from us and then given to intermediaries that then also distribute to these communities that are not our community. So in some cases, it's the Catholic Church. In some cases, it's other Christian denominations. In some cases, it's philanthropic, these organizations. So, philanthropic for everybody. Philanthropic is really what they are. And so there are all of these mechanisms to make this available. And yes, they come over. They don't, in many cases, they don't start businesses from scratch. They just acquire them from white business owners. And that's why we've talked about here about the creation of the new class of a new business owning class that we are becoming the labor force for. And many of these people come from countries where there are strict caste systems that are very natural for them. And they couldn't give a damn about the way we have always done things in the West. Jason Köhne has the best white positive message. I've been a fan and going free since. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you for writing that. I just caught that as I looked over at the screen. Sagius is with us. Thank you so much, Sagius, for being here. $5 financial gift. With the OE, do you see there being job training and placement for people who get doxxed and blacklisted from their line of work? Also, do you plan on having irreplaceable Charles on tap again? He was working on something called Life After Doxing. He may or may not be on the list. I'll have to check. I don't think there was any issue, so then he probably is on the list to return. And yes, the OE will function in many different ways to the benefit of our people globally. The OE is a global endeavor. It's not just for the US or just for one country. It's global, and it will function in many different ways. And one of those ways will be, when we can reach that point, will be to provide assistance for those who have been harmed by the anti-whites, and training, job training, and where possible placement would be the kind of thing that we would endeavor to do for our people. This has been something that the anti-whites have gotten away with, destroying people's lives, that I can assure you, if it were reversed, if it were being done, if it were being done the other way around, if it were white people who you spoke out against some white ideology dominated by white people or whatever, and then suddenly your entire life was ruined, the way that I alone, and now all of you as well, articulate what that actually means. Because it's not just the dollars. It's not just the job that you had that you were fired from, and just the paper dollars or the digits on the screen. It was those things that we need. It's always so surprising to me when I start talking about the things that we need to get, that we lose access to, medicine, the electric bill, the reality of it. It's touching, it's amazing when I see people, the realization hitting them of how absolutely demonic and criminal it is to do that to a person. And I've seen women begin crying on the spot in audiences when I'm talking about this. I've had women in Going Free streams that have written me afterwards saying that they broke out in tears and they cried for half an hour or whatever after realizing, my God, this is truly monstrous. Make no mistake, the anti-whites would let everybody know about how it destroyed the life of a non-white person if the reverse were happening just once. But these anti-white tribunals and social lynching, that's what it's called. Do not call it cancel culture. That works. It's part of the anti-white locutions. It's part of their terminology. Cut that out of your mouth. Write down on a piece of paper right now if you have to. Social lynching, anti-white tribunal. Write those down so that you can use that verbiage when you talk about it, if you have a hard time remembering it. Do not say cancel culture. You're canceled. It diminishes what's actually happening, and that's why they have given it that name. Because what gets canceled? TV shows that are no longer any good, right? What gets canceled? Everything that gets canceled is bad. Do you see how we have thought around them in Going Free? And do you see how they create language to destroy you? And maybe you've been falling for it. But now make the decision to not fall for it anymore. Don't call it a great replacement. Don't call it cancel culture. Your contract you have with the landscaping company gets canceled when they mow over your $2,000 Japanese maple. Nothing canceled. All of our interaction with things that are canceled is bad. So things that are canceled, it's good to cancel them. Please don't be so stupid anymore. And children, correct your parents. You'll be able to learn probably quicker than them. If they say cancel culture, say, hey, didn't you hear no white guilt? He called it social lynching and anti-white tribunals that you have to go before. So yes, Sakis, that's what we're endeavoring to do. And that will be one of the proudest moments of my life when I'm in a position to help those who have been socially lynched and have lost their jobs and their ability to pay for themselves, their family, etc., be able to come to their aid and retrain them in a way that they'll be able to get back to work. And of course, it's going to be for those who actually want help. This is no flop house or something, whatever they call that, where you just show up and you get a meal for nothing, and you're going to have to want to work. You carry your load, and then we'll help you. So it'll be one of the proudest days of my life, as I've had so many so far with all of you great people. Blake Johnson, financially gifting $20. Thank you so much, Blake. I am a 6 to a 7 out of a 10 young man, and despite quite handsome, I guess, is if this is I'm reading it to 1 to 10 scale, and despite having a successful career in biochemistry, it's like I don't even exist to the opposite gender. I often felt suicidal and considered overdosing. And I often felt suicidal and considered overdosing until a friend recommended Go Free. I finally know how to morally argue my racial leanings with confidence and no longer feel suicidal. Let's get a round of applause for Blake for being brave enough to share that with everybody. Financially gifted $20. Thank you, brother, for being brave enough to share that. That is just It's the height of the most magnificent type of testimonial that we can receive and that we can do for folks. And you will have saved someone else from that path by being brave enough to say what you just said, to write what you just wrote here. God bless you for that magnificent testimonial. And God, thank you for the folks you will be able to help as a consequence of what you shared and I just read. I'm going to read it again. Blake Johnson, financially gifting $20. He writes, I am a 6 to a 7 out of a 10, young man, and despite having a successful career in biochemistry, it's like I don't even exist to the opposite gender. I often felt suicidal and considered overdosing until a friend recommended Go Free. I finally know how to morally argue my racial leanings with confidence, and I no longer feel suicidal. Well, that really touches me, brother. Thank you so very much. And you are so welcome to be here. And you make sure you reach out to me when we have the iteration 2 available, and I will buy you a copy. Go Free, second edition, iteration 2. It'll be about 100 or so more pages, longer than the current iteration 1. I'm going to make sure you just remind me, and I will buy your copy. Thank you so very much. Now, it says here that you are so you're 6 to 7. That's a handsome young man, and you got a great career. So in biochemistry, and but you say you're a young man. And now remember that our women, regrettably, that are also young, are preoccupied for much of those years, regrettably, with the mistake of thinking that they're going to get the guy with the prettiest face, and then often it will, if they can't have that, they'll bounce to good-looking guys that have dark features. And I don't know if you're one of them. If you are, then you may just be able to just hold out. It might happen sooner rather than later. But know that most of the women who are 6 to 7, most of the women who are 6 to 7 on a scale of 10, and we should be, and this is a great phrase given us by First Last, is peer pair. We should be trying to peer pair. We should be interviewing people who are honestly on about our level of looks. And you can shoot for like maybe every now and again for a notch up and, a couple notches down, and for men and women, and try to find somebody that you can get along with, make a great life with, be a great husband, wife, mother, father. Most of the women, regrettably, right now, Blake, that are 6 to 7 in looks are just not going to give. I suffer the exact same thing. They're not going to give you attention because they think that they're going to get a 10 or a 9, and they'll be dating them, and they'll be throwing the "please come talk to me" looks at them. Now, depending on, so that might mean if you want a woman right now, that you're going to have to take some steps down the ladder. And that's still not going to guarantee anything. You'd be surprised about even the studies show, where they show the data, where it's the women are 80% of the women find the vast majority, or all but 20% of the men, to be unattractive. So 80% of the women only find 20% of the men to be attractive. I mean, that's just outrageous. So it can be that even women who are 4 on your list relative to you in looks, they still might not give you attention. So if you want a woman now, you're going to have to look to a couple rungs down. If you are willing to wait some time, making yourself into a man that will be a better husband than you would be today, a better father than you would be today, and keep your eyes open though, And we did that question. Maybe somebody could tell Blake when I spoke with Mr. V about this at length a month ago or so on the show. That'd be great if somebody could find that in a call. If you're willing to wait a little bit, but while keeping your eyes open and becoming a better you, going free and etc., then what ends up happening is as our women get a little older, and it's different for every woman. It's not the exact same. There are some averages there, but usually you can begin to see it in mid 20s up to even mid 30s, where the analogs for that those other very superficial things begin to play a bigger role. Things like your intelligence, things like your stability, things like what you can provide. So keep that in mind. And brother, God bless you. And keep commenting, keep participating, keep going free, and you'll make it. You'll become a better you, and the world will open up for you. And I'm telling you, you're in the right place too. Go Free attracts good people, and you'll be a good person because of it, and you'll attract good people. So bless you. That's magnificent. Blake Johnson said he considered overdosing on drugs to kill himself until a friend recommended go free. So he was plotting killing himself until a friend recommended go free. That's powerful, brother. You will have I guarantee you would have just then, when I read this, you would have spoken to somebody watching live or in replay. And thank you for that. See, a life saves a life. That's a beautiful thing. Heidi is with us again, $25 US. Thank you, dear sister. Playing war games in the woods will not prepare you for the jail time you will ultimately end up with, leaving your family to the wolves for anything and everything to happen to them. Why would you risk something like that other than for pure selfish attention? Stay away from groups and people who care nothing for you. Those are some very wise words, folks. And we deeply appreciate Heidi, the $25 that she just gave, and those words. It really is. It's very selfish of such people to want to just puff their chest out and claim that they're going to be they're going to go train. And I guess many don't remember that it was just last year and the year before when all of those guys, all those young guys, got sucked into what was clearly, well, ask CNN whether or not it was a Fed operation or not, and they were running around in abandoned buildings or whatever, an abandoned building, and pretending to fight war with who knows, ghosts. It was all pure Siamic-y. And now many of them went to jail, lost their right to travel, lost their right to enter certain countries, lost their right to self-defense. It's selfish. So thank you very much, Heidi. That is a great point. We have Tall Kevin over here, $5. Hello, dear brother. And he writes, with those $5 US financial gifts to yours truly, when spreading Go Free, what are a few great icebreakers to get into a conversation about, especially when trying to turn others away from pointless consumerism and get them to work for our people and not buy more weapons, food, refrigerators? So you're talking specifically, it sounds, and I'm going to get over to the folks over there on D Live right after this. You're talking specifically about those who are thinking about doing this craven, one of the varieties of being a craven, where they're going to just they're going to go build some mausoleum somewhere, and they're going to stack up a bunch of weapons and refrigerators and weapons and food, the MREs and all of that sort of business. A great icebreaker is to begin with, do you know that there are people who have done the exact same thing that you're doing right now did even better than you did, spent more money, set up awesome bunkers that for guys, it's just like one of the coolest things. You got just these different types of radios under there and these different types of antennas that can go up and down. And do you know that they spent decades building up these stockpiles and that they lost their families and now they're either old and alone and made no change in the world or are dead in the ground somewhere, and they made no change. They've left their families, their children, their grandchildren behind to deal with an anti-white mess. That's one great place to start. Another great thing to say is that, well, all those weapons and that food and the refrigerators and the generators, all that's going to run out. Then what? Won't you need somebody to come save you? Won't you need society to come kick the door in and say, okay, it's safe to come out now. It's safe to come out and rejoin society and rejoin the world because we saved it for you. Isn't that selfish of you? And what if they fail because you didn't help? What then? Eventually you and your children or the people you care about are overrun by anti-whites. And what good would all of your efforts been then? So those are a couple of ways that you can get started and try them out and come back to us and let us know how it landed on these people. I don't know. We got a great gentleman who is watching right now who was one of these individuals who I don't know how deep he was into building his mausoleum, but that's what he was going to be doing. And he came across us and he said he heard like these sorts of conversations and he was more than bright enough and mature enough to say, well, forget about that. I'm not gonna end up like a fool. Don't tell Kevin, please feel free to share the story of the sad old guy that I knew who built this magnificent bunker, and it had filled it with MREs and toilet paper and all of this sort of thing. And he had lost his children and his wife. This was only one story. It's just a little bit more of a one that was kind of touching for a lot of people when I told it because of what I ended up saying. And that was that he ended up having to use the toilet paper in the bunker. Family's all gone now, anti-white. The children became anti-white because he was busy building the bunker and the weapons and the this and the that. So they hate him now. And he had to start using the toilet paper because it was disintegrating down in the bunker. So he said, well, I'll never have to, buy toilet paper again because I have all this old guy. And he was effectively wiping that entire time. He was wiping his backside with his children's future and our people's future. And that's what he did with his money. That's what he did with his time. And now he is senescent. And how would you like to be at the end of your days knowing that you had been an old fool your entire life? Boy, that should be something that should wake a person up. Greek man says, hello, brother. Good to see you again. Great to see you, Greek man. Greeks are starting not to identify with the term Mediterranean because many people who call themselves that have the MP of denying their, no, don't use whiteness. We talked about that earlier. But they deny that they are Westmen. So yeah, if the people who are saying that are denying that they're Westmen, then I wouldn't say it. I don't know what the dominant speech is in Greece, but I would agree with not using it if that's how it's being used. Let's see. We have, now what was it, Raymond? Okay, it's diamonds and above. So we've got diamond points from MMA Groiper. Thank you very much. And more diamond points from MMA Groiper. Thank you so very much for that. And we have Lamborghini points. Just my kind of machine. Lamborghini points from David Lee. Thank you so very much for that. And he writes, any plans for a peaceful in-person gathering for networking, learning, fellowship? Thank you for all you do. I've read all you've written and have passed along some books to friends. And the rest of that message was given by David Lee with an additional diamond point, or rather Lamborghini points. Lamborghini points. So it's 2 sets of Lamborghini points. Thank you so much, brother. And yeah, well, we're going to have the second iteration this year. So you'll go free. So you'll have a little bit more to read to be able to catch up again. And I deeply appreciate that you have been this dedicated to the service to white well-being. And yes, we do absolutely have plans for gatherings in the future so that people can network. And you can already do that, online to whatever degree possible. But we are absolutely going to be having gatherings in the future. All of that is part of the plan. And you'll see it's going to unfold a little bit differently than maybe what you would expect or what you've seen from other groups or organizations. But you'll see how it works. And then once you see how it works, you'll then be able to benefit from it. You'll say, oh, now this makes perfect sense. Thank you so much for that question, because I'm sure a lot of people are wondering it. And thank you so much for being really a top participant in service to white well-being. This is how all of these people that are talking about the violence, well, you want to know? You be more like David Lee here. That's how you change the world. You don't wait around for what a sad spectacle. As a guy waiting around with some tool of self-defense, just waiting for the day when he'll be outnumbered, and he's fantasizing about how that will be it'll be a good death, because he's going to keep taking his medication. He's going to, for his heart arrhythmia or his psoriasis or whatever it is, he's going to keep wanting all of that. None of that's going to happen. Skaggs, is that what it says? Gives us diamond points over there in DLive. Thank you so very much for those diamond points. And I think that's everybody that is diamond points and up. We started off, that was really great with the David Lee coming in. I think this is the first going free that we are allowing the points to come in, since we are family friendly here on DLive in a long time, because they took that away from me. And I'm a little suspicious about why they gave it back, but maybe it's an error. We've had that happen on YouTube. If you all remember, a couple of years ago, they took something from, and then it was like maybe some sort of blanket process that took place. And then we were given a privilege back. And then when they figured out that we had it, they immediately yanked it. So maybe that's what's happening. But what a way to make a comeback with Lamborghini points. Okay, so we're good here. I'm going to spin around to here and see how we're doing and get a sip of coffee. Sandy is with us. Hello, Sandy, with a big smiling emoji. The great Imminent Rain has showed up. I'm going to tell you what, we're going to go ahead and play Imminent Rain and Groundhog Fury in just a moment. Before we do, I want to share this. Let me see. How can I share this? I know there is a way. This is a poem by Nullus. He's not reading it, so you will read it on your screen. And let's see. Where is it? Here it is. There you have it. My name is Nobody. I guess that's the author, maybe. And then A World Will Come. Or no, here's the name of the author, I think. Oh, that must be from the previous. So go ahead and read A World Will Come. And I guess I can provide my voice as well if you're having a problem seeing it. Greek Man is asking in the live chat, do ant-nats have MPs? They are, yes, everyone has MPs. Robert Smith says, what is an ant-nat? It is an antique nationalist. A world will come. A world will come when the beautiful are suspicious, along with those who have talent and those who have character. Beauty will become an insult. Talent will become a provocation, and character an assassination. Now it's their turn. The ugly, the incompetent, the immoral. And they will douse beauty with vitriol. They will paint talent with tar and accusations. They will stab the righteous in the heart. And this is on Abnormalcy. It's abnormalcy.com to find his and the works of others that he shares. Over here on Cash App, we have Joseph financially gifting $10. Thank you, dear brother, for that $10 financial gift to White Wellbeing. And he writes, thank you for all you do. Well, you are most welcome. I really appreciate that. And the great Slots as well over here on Cash App, financially gifting $5. He writes, for every testimony of a life saved, every testimony of a life saved loosens my wallet. Wow. Well, thank you so much, brother. It absolutely makes my heart just spill forth as well, and wanting to do more and more. And I really, these people who are brave enough to come forward and say where they were in a bad place, it's not their fault. And it's the fault of this, what's been sown into them by the anti-whites. It's the fault of what the anti-whites are doing to them by way of what it's done to everybody else around them. Like in this case with the young women that this young man's trying to find as for a mate to be a wife and a mother, and to his children, and in the actual workplace and the environment, social environment as well. So that's what causes people to be in this kind of place, and you should never feel ashamed that you ended up there. It is the doing of the anti-whites. I really want to just say that let's give a big round of applause and more thanks to N8terific, who went on one of these men's rights shows the other day. I haven't had a chance to see it yet. I understand that N8terific did a magnificent job in bringing the message of going free to these people. But there were some arguments, I think, that they used against N8terific that I wanted to maybe briefly address. We are at maybe just under an hour left. We're going to try to keep it at 4 hours. One of the arguments was by the host, who I believe was a non-white gentleman who they did not believe, N8terific or any of the other people who from our community who were watching, that he was overly anti-white or viciously anti-white or anything of that nature. But he did say to N8terific that it's not about race, it's a struggle for power. Well, that is an obvious misdirection by this guy. And so I would say that is, and I don't know, again, and they also told me that these arguments, as shared with me, might not be exactly as he said the arguments. But if that's how it was delivered, then that is a misdirection, because he knows that it's about race. That I've heard that from anti-whites before. Now, I would say that if this is a content producer and he's making money off of the men's rights struggle, that the easiest thing to do with him right there is to say, let me ask you something. What would happen to your fan base? What would happen to your income from that fan base if you were to acknowledge that this is all about victimizing Western kind? Would it buoy your fan base? Would it increase your income? Or do you think people might leave if you were to focus on the fact that it is race-based? Because there's no way that a sentient being can look out into the world, unless, this is what I'm saying, he would have to be lying. There's no way that anyone can look out into the world who can string a single sentence together and say, this has nothing to do with race. What are you talking about? Only conservatives will take what is blatantly obvious, and because of their fear that they will be categorized by anti-whites with anti-white slurs, that they will be maligned with them, do they then try to say to their followings, oh, this has nothing to do with race. Yes, it's all these laws are talking about race, but it has nothing to do with we don't think it has anything to do with race. This person is either Well, was he a conservative? That's, I guess I would also wonder. But it's an obvious lie. He's obviously lying there. And you would catch him out potentially, if you delivered it right, on what would happen to his fan base and his income if he were to acknowledge that that whites are being victimized. And that how could you deny all of the policies at universities, at corporations, and the government, speeches directly from the White House, from the White House lectern? I mean, he's obviously lying when he says it's not about race, it's about power. And then you can take the reverse of, if it were about power, then why aren't white people just running away with the game? I mean, we are a massive portion of every Western population. We have influential positions. We have a lot of wealth, not the white race as a whole. So why isn't the white race just running away with all of the power? Of course, that would catch him out, and he would be proven to be a liar. Second one was, all races could coexist if the traditional family were intact. Well, that's one of these statements that when you make a grand claim, you have to provide grand evidence to support it. And there simply is no evidence to support. This is a laboratory type of a statement that is hypothetical. It doesn't exist in the real world. All races could coexist. So all races could. You could respond by saying, this is just an anti-white hypothetical, because you're trying to direct the conversation away from the fact that it's the victimization of Western kind, that the biospiritual incompatibility has been demonstrated throughout all recorded history of mankind. You're trying to direct attention away from that by going into this anti-white hypothetical. It's an anti-white hypothetical rather than just a hypothetical, because you are denying the victimization of Western kind, which is taking place. So you could just take it to another absurd hypothetical. All the races would be able to get along just fine, and there wouldn't be any problem with any sort of biospiritual incompatibility, and therefore cultural incompatibility, if everybody lived in different dimensions, so that where a white person walked, it was always Western civilization resonating with them and reflecting back on them. And even though they're in the same physical place, a non-white person would be seeing his or her entire. So yes, in these ridiculous hypotheticals, but we live in the real world. And in the real world, we see incompatibility, biospiritual incompatibility. So it doesn't matter. And in fact, a traditional family, if anything, would intensify the biospiritual projection of the members of that family. It would intensify it, and therefore they would be presenting more of a challenge to those who didn't share their biospirit. So if anything, his argument makes the inverse point rather than the point he's trying to make. Number 3 of 4, quote, white is an insulting general word meant to deprive us of our heritage. Well, why is he concerned about that? Why does he care? So we're Westmen. We're Western kind. The word white is accepted because of the English language the world over for Western kind. So you use what is in you use the definition that's in people's brains. Otherwise, what pieces are you playing with? Your imaginary pieces? I mean, you deal with the reality. Number 4, white well-being and going free are just a means of segregation. Well, that's a direct assault on our well-being, and I would call him out on being anti-white. Or would he say that any non-white group, maybe the one he belongs to, would taking steps to ensure their well-being, maybe creating their own schools for their children, for example, is that the evil? Because when he talks about segregation, he's not, in his mind, he's not saying, well, segregation is a wonderful thing. We can assume that that's what he's not concluding. He's assuming it's a bad thing. And I assume that, I would probably throw out there, does segregation would then prevent you from having access to white women? Would you be concerned with losing access to white women? And just see how he responds to that. But so would it be a negative for your people to take steps to ensure their well-being, or name some of the other groups? And of course, he would say, well, no, of course it would be fine for them to take steps to ensure their well-being. Well, then demonstrating then, buddy, that you are anti-white, because the only group you object to taking steps for their well-being is Western kind, whether you like the word white or not. But a big round of applause to N8terific. I heard he did a magnificent job and look forward to hearing more about it. I'm going to go ahead and jump to some of these comments so that we can get some calls. The Florida Westman writes, my folk book is arriving this week. I've begun reading Born Guilty. So excited. Thank you, Jason, for all you do for Western kind. You are a hero for our peoples. Well, Florida Westman, you are a hero for our peoples. You're jumping in. You're making the decision, just like I make the decision. Just like Imminent Rain, Luke Mason, just like Fornull, just like N8terific, just like so many are making the decision. Thank you for being one of our heroes. Bulldog Boris, let's see, broke the neck of Western kind. Oh, the word that broke the neck of Western kind was the anti-white slur racism. I would still save Western kind and the West. Oh, the one word rather that will save Western kind and the West is anti-white. He's making a great point here. The word that destroyed the West was racism. The word that will save it is anti-white. The pen is mightier than the sword, and the anti-whites know this. We need to know this too. Very well written, Bulldog Boris. 5637, hello, Mr. Köhne. Great stream, as usual. Now I have a question. I know very confidently that a mass awakening of people can occur because joining this community, the white positive sphere, has convinced me of that. This is a sphere of hope amidst a sea of spheres, many of which suffer from demoralization, and I would like to know more on the following. Now, what do you think of the idea that typical vagues out there in the world going about their lives in the way that vagues do would be too lazy or too comfort-oriented or simply apathetic to hearing about the truth of the situation that we live in? I understand that some of them may not be all too concerned about the long term, and I would much like for us to reach as many people as possible. I also have another question. What precisely is doom documenting and doom dissecting? I've been curious on those two, and I want to understand them better. Anyways, thank you for working for White Wellbeing and Promethean Hails. Well, a big Promethean Hails to you, and thank you for those questions. I'm going to try to give a little bit short of our answers, folks, so that we can get to wrapping this up in about 45 more minutes. And that is that doom documenting is when you just talk about the things that are bad that the anti-whites are doing to us. And that's so many of the other content creators do that. Doom dissecting, like, so they say, here's what they did today to us. Doom dissecting is when you say, here are the people behind it. Here is its lineage. Here's how it stems from 17th century, this place, and here's how, and all of that sort of business. Those are all, they have their place, but you know, once you've had enough of that, or maybe while you're still getting used to it to the point where you've had enough, you can be going free the entire time and actually making a positive change in the world and yourself, etc. Now, when it comes to the average vague, more and more, and that's, I guess that's redundant, the vagues, more and more of them are coming to us. And you need to talk about these things, and this is about perception. So the anti-whites would like to keep our brothers and sisters out there, the vagues, under the illusion of the perception that everything is okay all the way up to the point where there's nothing you can do to save the situation. You have to do the opposite. You have to give them the perception of how bad it actually is in the world, and talk about things that are directly harming them or will harm those they care about. And remember, if you come across somebody who's no good, they're rotten, they're not going to listen, we'll say thank you and move on to someone who can. We have millions out there who can hear the message, and we need not spend an extra second on somebody who is too selfish or too lame or too dumb or too evil or whatever to do what's right. Ash K writes, if I wanted to purchase private land to build a white positive community, invite people I trust on, if I wanted to do that, a dedication to excellence and growing families, would existing like that be bring violence to it. I don't want to get Waco'd for taking care of my own. Should I just give up the idea because bringing our people together would make us more of a target? No, there should be many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of communities of our people across the totality of the West that are going free. There will be communities digitally, and there will be physical communities. Physical communities, some will be planned, like you're talking about here, and some will be accidental. It will just be like, wow, everybody in this area here, and then there are a few others we have to bring on board, and then this area is this white positive community. Will it bring violence? It will bring violence, either legal or legal violence, depending upon how you go about doing it. You don't need to tell the world and build fortifications, and don't ever build a compound or anything like that. Build nice little houses for people to, if you want to set up land, sell plots of land to people so they can build their houses on it, and you can have a nice little community or whatever it is, then that's fine. And don't tell the world that this is what we're doing here. We're going to put up a new strange flag or something of this nature. You are Westmen, men, women, and children. You are proud patriots of your country. And the thing you do is you're an advocate for well-being, a white well-being advocate. You're a practitioner of going free. And hey, you live together because you all like each other. You love each other. That's what's going on. You don't want to attract a lot of attention, because then the anti-white immortal gods will come in with their great wealth and the government, and they will begin planting problems all around where you live. Anna says, you guys are doing so much good. I've been feeling so much better after taking part with White Wellbeing. Thank you, Anna, for writing that. My spirit is a lot better and I'm calmer. Anna, I'm going to read this again. Great testimonial. You guys are doing so much good. I've been feeling so much better after taking part with White Wellbeing. My spirit is a lot better and I am calmer. Well, God bless you, and thank you for that grand testimonial. Lycomedes, the great Lycomedes, magnificent musician, writes, our biospirit compels us to keep fighting regardless of the odds, even with 300 Spartans against a sea of Persians. And with the great champions we have on our side, we can certainly put up a fight, metaphorically, peacefully, with words, love, and pretty flowers, he writes, even against the unlimited money of the anti-white oligarchs. If we manage to awaken the Western spirit within the millions of our brothers and sisters, just like the heroes at Thermopylae awakened Sparta, then victory is ours. Beautifully written by Lycomedes. Euro Yankee writes here, my biospirit always feels refreshed and uplifted when I'm around my people. Bless you for that. Western Sunrise writes, so much positive info. I'm swimming in a sea of positivity. This is uplifting that makes you strive to do better for Western kind. I'm going to read that last sentence again by Western Sunrise. This is uplifting that makes you strive to do better for Western kind. Ladies and gentlemen, think of the testimonials we've had over the course of this Going Free gathering today. Have you ever seen anything like it before? Thank the people that have given their wonderful testimonials, like this one right here by Western Sunrise. And then ask yourself, why are these other spheres out there? Why are these other personalities? Why do they ignore this? Why do they mock it? Why do they ridicule it? Why do they mock Jason? Why do they dislike Jason? Why won't they, what's the deal? What then must be their goal? Because if their goal were anything like mine, then they would love what's happening over there at Going Free. As Hansen writes, great chat with Luke. All of what he said resonated with me. Do you hear that, Luke? I concur. This is an intelligent platform for greatness. Big things happening here. Thank you so much for that, Hansen. I really appreciate it. Hamilton writes, as a new listener, I am super grateful for this podcast, the language you use, and your topics. Many podcasts with somewhat similar views always go over the top and are extremists. Non-serious, focus on extreme degeneracy and use foul language. Well, we've cut that out. I can't hardly listen to such material myself, let alone around my children or my friends, even though I agree with certain things the podcast may say. I really appreciate your professionality and seriousness on the situation of what is going on and how specifically you address the issues of the blatant hatred toward white people in the modern world as a whole. No matter who your ancestors are, you are demonized to the same effect as how various religions view original sin. The double standards in modern society are abhorrent, and how internet intelligentsia, such as a certain very popular online encyclopedia and a white race as a whole. One example is white, well, we won't use these words together. It's white something and then black something or black something and other certain types of that same something. Mainly a certain religion I won't name, some of which are extremely nationalist or having pride for certain behaviors I find repulsive, that spread disease and psychopathic degenerate behaviors that are actually encouraged to have pride for even at a young age, are acceptable forms of pride. In fact, to the extent that such pride is absolutely unquestionable in the modern society, questioning such things will get you fired from nearly any corporate job. Also, how every race, other race beside whites, can and are encouraged to be anti-white. We'll help you out there, brother. Never use the word anti-white slur racist, which is simply relabeled as affirmative action and recognizing the anti-white slur white privilege, but it's not called, and then again, it's anti-whiteism, brother. Also, how a certain non-white group moving to European populated areas is called diversification and is venerated, while white people moving to non-white areas and establishing their own communities is labeled as colonialism and gentrification. Great points. We're glad that you were here with us, a brand new participant in service to white well-being. You're going to have a lot more of abilities to find within you. You're much bigger, brighter, smarter, faster than you ever realized you were. Get going free, and then tell us all about your success. JC Stalling writes here, heard there was a champion for our people named No White Guilt. It is true. Well, you know what else is true? I'm grateful. I'm very grateful for that statement. And what else is true is that JC Stalling is one of our great champions. And so are many others. Everybody making the decision. Bless you. Thank you so very much for that. Let's see. I think that might be it for those. Get ready to make your calls, folks. If you would like to call in, you contact me on Skype if you would like to have a brief conversation. It looks like we have maybe 33 minutes left in our time together on this gathering. Write me on Skype. I am Jason Köhne, No White Guilt on Skype. And then I call you back. Let me know your name and in that message and what you would like to talk about. Unless you're a regular, you don't have to do that. And then I will call you back and we can have a brief conversation. We're going to try to have brief conversations so we can get as many folks in as we can in these final 32 minutes and a half now. And remember, there is no cussing, no foul language at all. We do not talk about, we don't condemn any races of people in toto. We don't talk about races of people at all. And we talk about serving white well-being and anti-whites, anti-whiteism. A couple of the other things we don't do on these calls is we do not challenge the legality of the election. It was a true and lawful election that took place recently. And we also do not question the vaccination and whether or not it's effective or dangerous. And we also do not question COVID-19 and what the establishment tells us about COVID-19. So those are things we talk about, and I'm going to take we don't talk about, and I'm going to take a quick look and see if I missed anybody. Looks like DLive, I'm okay. And I'm going to look over here really quickly, make sure we didn't miss anybody over here, and then we will begin taking short calls. Actually, you know what I want to do really quickly is, while I take a look over here, we are very quickly going to play that song, ladies and gentlemen, Akalobain Edelin. Get ready, get excited. It is on its way, and then we will be right back. We're going to have to break into this magnificent song so we can get to a couple of these calls if folks want to talk. And we'll definitely be bringing this piece back again next week and many more days. So you better get used to it. I happen to love it. I talked with somebody who said that they had listened to this something like 100 times already. That is truly magnificent. Watch this video. These two heroes for White Wellbeing have just done such a stupendous job, haven't they? It has really been glorious. I've seen Draven Blaze. I hope you all can hear me while the music continues to play. I see Draven Blaze saying, I don't know if you've read this already. I want to thank all those who prayed for my father. He ascended early this morning peacefully. Well, God bless you, brother. God bless you and your father. And my heart goes out to you and your family. Your father lives on in you, and we want to see the best of him in you, and we expect to see the best of him in you. Thank you so much for letting us be a part of this poignant part in the life of a family, making one's family, and being there for your father when he passed on. So God bless you, brother, and thank you for everything you've done. Didactic agnostic, I object to your use of the word establishment. Please call it the regime. Is it? Wait, dissident. Thank you. I'll do that. It is the regime. Okay, so we're gonna go over. We will back this out, and we are gonna go over to the calls, and we will come back to that song. We also have a great piece. I guess I can. Let me see. Let you all hear a little bit over the mic. Let's see. This is a gentleman that I've got to get back. He sent me the lyrics. It's a great song. I've got to take a look at the lyrics before we play it here on the gathering. I just didn't have the time, but we'll Drew, if you're out there, know that I'm going to get to those lyrics, and we'll see about getting your song play. I really enjoyed it when I heard it. And guys get a lot of musical talent. We have so many musicians and great voice as well. So we're going to get to the phones right now, and it looks like, let me see. Okay, it's Zach. We're going to have a quick call with Zach. And remember the rules, Zach, and get ready. We're placing the call. Oh, I got to do this or we'll have an issue. Placing the call now.
Hello?
Yeah, Zach, how's it going, brother?
Going amazing, man. How are you doing?
Oh, great. What do you want to talk about?
So I've been listening. I watch your videos. I'm a big fan of your content. And
well, let me quickly say, you are of Jamaican descent. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want folks to know that you just said that you're a big supporter and consume the content, and you're of Jamaican descent. So we really appreciate your support of White Wellbeing, and I personally thank you for the support of the work that I'm doing. But please take it away. What would you like to talk about?
So I watched a lot of your early videos, and I think one of your first 15 or 20 videos was just the term of anti-whiteism and how just the mean pathogens that are infecting the young white children, right? It's diminishing Western civilization. And
yes,
you see people, I think most people aren't even aware that they're activated in both the human animal archetype that we all possess. Now, you have very few individuals like myself and you who aren't voluntarily acting over the instincts. We have a certain amount of awareness on how the subconscious mind is developed, right? But others, their subconscious was developed already at 7 years old, and they're just voluntarily acting off of, well, they're not even involved. They don't even have a sense of awareness of what's going on. They're just instinctively acting just whatever comes to their subconscious.
Right.
And it's like whenever, see in the West, it's like whenever you keep on infecting these little children, right? Telling them that slavery happened, 400 years to people of African descent. Now it's like you're walking around and thinking that the white straight male is the devil.
Yeah.
And it's like, I kind of feel embarrassed knowing that people walk around and look at me as if I'm just this little petty guy who needs to be, fed a bottle to. And they also look at people like yourself and they just envy you for no reason. And my thing is, you can't strip the natural human animal instinct that we all are capable of. Mm-hmm. And one of those instincts of being competitive. Mm-hmm. So when we're talking about being admitted into universities, being admitted into schools, it's like at one point in my life, when I was around 11, 12 years old, I was extremely fascinated with going into college. I'm a big fan of academia. My family takes school very seriously. Mm-hmm. But I noticed the left made academia a popularity contest. Mm-hmm. And it's really about who has the biggest sad story. And mm-hmm. that's why I didn't even want to go to college when I graduated high school, because, it's just a bunch of people that look like me who didn't deserve to be in those top positions, who didn't deserve to be at those Ivy League schools, who didn't deserve to be at those great universities. And I feel like my self-respect as a man and my self-worth, is just being diminished. Mm-hmm. I don't take what I don't deserve. And mm-hmm. when these anti-whites keep on making this, when they're creating this false reality as if the world is equal, as if there is one human race.
Right.
And anyone who believes in that is nonsensical, right? And I don't mean to be rude when I say nonsensical, but it's like, listen, we have short people, we have tall people.
Right.
We have white people, we have black people, and there's nothing wrong with having those differences. However, I think what you stand for is correct. I think I respect the fact that you're a white straight male who takes pride in saving the white race and saving white well-being, and we're missing that form of tribalism. And the last thing I would want is for me to date a white woman and she's just dating me out of pure pity. Right. She's not sexually attracted to me. She's just trying to use me to improve her moral compass.
Yes.
And that's why you need more people like you to develop that tribalism amongst your people. Because the last thing I would want to be used is an object. And I believe that I honestly believe this. I believe that multiculturalism needs to be put to an end, because it's destroying what people stand for. It's just bringing a bunch of victimization. And, I'm just not a fan of it. I was used as an object by this white woman, and she, was a leftist and everything. And I just felt like every time I was with her, she was always talking about, how much black people have been, enslaved and everything. And I had to tell her, hey, listen, every race of people have been enslaved. Like this didn't just happen to blacks. Like the Irish, especially the Irish, you really want to talk about impoverished. You really want to talk about, having poverty. The Irish people probably have one of the biggest, stories in terms of slavery, probably in history. Mm-hmm. And it's like every time I was with her, I was just, I kept on getting fed at this false rhetoric.
I would not be able to.
It's sickening.
It is sickening, brother. And God bless you for calling in and sharing. God bless you for being the kind of man that you are. And I'm going to have to let you go today because we got a couple other calls. But Zach, call in more often, brother. We'd love to hear from you. You always make some great points. And it's fantastic to have somebody like you, intelligent person like you, in service to white well-being, caring about what's happening to us. Because that's going to change your future, but also because you have a moral compass and you don't want to see the victimization of another group of people. So I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your kind words. And please, brother, call in anytime you want.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Bye-bye, brother.
Bye-bye.
Promethean hails to Zach. That was fantastic, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, he was making a great point. We're going to take the next call here in just a minute because, again, we're trying to wrap up and in just about, 17 minutes or so. So all of our calls have to be kept short. We have, I think Roy wants a call, and then we have one other. We'll see about that one as well. And Roy, did you? Okay, I see here. I will call you in just a moment. Let me just quickly say about Zach's great point that he was making there. But just hear what this guy was saying. When he comes to what we're doing in service to white well-being, he has nothing but respect. He has nothing but support. He knows that he's going to, for being a man and for having honor, he's going to be treated as a man with honor rather than the way the conservatives treat and how most white people treat. And this is the problem he was talking about with this relationship that he said couldn't even stand, is this paternalism. This let me pat you on the head, and you're so wonderful for doing the simplest thing or whatever. I couldn't imagine. This is what Zach is feeling. As a man, there's no way in hell I would want to be treated that way. There's no way in hell I would want to be looked at that way by a woman, by society. But there are many people who have no class. Zach is demonstrating that he has class. So there are many people who have no class, and they will take the benefits of anti-whiteism. But Zach is saying, no, forget about it. I hate that. And in fact, I love the fact that there are people like you, Jason, who are doing the things that you're doing. And I definitely love that there are people like Zach out there who have the moral compass, who say, look, we've got to put an end to this victimization of white people. It's obvious. And then the one other point I'll make, and I'll place the call to Roy, is that those non-white people who are actual achievers, who have the latent ability, the talent, the intelligence, the tenacity, and then they go out and they get their education, they go out and they get their training, they then end up grouped in with all of these people who don't deserve to be there. And to everyone else, no one knows which are the people in there that actually deserve to be here, and which are the ones that are here simply so that this business, this college, this government can discriminate against white people and bring in these people in instead. And of course, that creates animosity that then he ends up feeling because of these other people who don't deserve to be there. And so he's saying, I don't even want to be there because of it. I don't even want to be around it. And I tell you what, if I were in that position, I wouldn't want to be around it either. So appreciate that call. Thank you, brother, so very much. And let's get the call to Roy now. All right, Roy. It looks like your Skype is on, so maybe you don't have the alerts on, especially if you're trying to do this from your telephone. You probably have the alerts turned off for it. So maybe if you open the screen, you have a look at it so that when I call, you can see it. And then you'll know that I'm placing, he says it's not ringing. Now it says missed call. Okay, well, go ahead and try to call me and I will answer it. So, and then we'll have a quick conversation with you and then potentially one other caller. Here it is. Hello, brother.
Hi.
How are
Can you hear me?
Oh, beautifully, beautifully. And it's great to hear from you. What do you want to talk about, man? Promethean hails.
Yeah, I just want to say hello because it's been such a long time since I last called in. Yeah, I had an absolutely amazing weekend, met some very nice people, had the very pleasant honor to spend some time with friends.
And it was amazing weather. I'm in some place in North Carolina.
Okay.
It is hot today. It was really, sun was burning and we were outside. So it was an absolutely amazing weekend. And basically what I wanted to say is, what I really learned this weekend is how important it is to have a positive attitude and go to life looking at the good things that happened. And really look at what made us who we are. All the little things that happened to us. If that little thing didn't happen, if I didn't meet you then, if I didn't watch that stream back then, if I didn't read that book then, maybe I wouldn't be here. Yeah. And how amazing it is that we got where we are. Yes. So let's not get like too frustrated about what we did not accomplish. Let's be proud of what we did do and the great wonders that we did achieve. And let's really look into the future. And we really need to have like an open approach and say, okay, whatever is going to come, we are Westmen, we are intelligent, and we have mastered all kinds of problems in the past. If we can do this with an open mindset and positivity and say, okay, we are up for whatever happens and we adjust to it, and we're not getting frustrated, we're not getting blackpilled or anything like that. We're just happy because in the end, what they really cannot take away from us is our ability to be happy and hanging around with friends, spend some quality times with people. It's really so important, and it was so empowering having this lovely weekend in a lovely location with some people. Yeah, that was pretty much what I wanted to say.
What a beautiful message to come in, your first call back in a while. And I can absolutely hear the enthusiasm, the excitement in your voice. It's just buoying you up, the success that our people are having. And what a magnificent message to be bringing toward the end of this gathering, that let's focus on the positive. Let's focus on all the successes that we're having. And here in Going Free, we are really having some successes, tremendous successes. Let's focus on this rather than always on all of the negative things. You could not have been more of a piece of sunshine than you just were. I knew you probably never, maybe only your mother ever called you a sunshine, but now you some strange guy referred to you as that. But you absolutely are this ray of sunlight coming in with these positive words. You're having this wonderful, brother. You are a magnificent hero in service to White Wellbeing. I cannot wait until we get to meet in person. I know it's going to be meeting an old friend for the very first time. It's going to be joyous. Thank you so much for everything you're doing in service to White Wellbeing, everything you're doing here, everything you're doing there. You are a true champion, and really appreciate you calling in with that message.
I actually saw just Friend Danger's comment in the chat. So, hello, brother Friend Danger. Actually, a lot of other people told me that they also really like my German accent.
Yes.
You know, when I first came to the States, I actually tried very hard to really hide my German accent and get rid of it. And now I'm kind of getting proud of it, because being German is what I am. It's a part of me. My ancestors are German. I'm proud to be German. So why get rid of my accent?
Precisely. Yeah. As long as, if I can understand what you're saying, and I have a very difficult time because I have an issue where I'm always my mind tries to pull in too much information and easily gets confused. And so I really have to focus. So if I can understand you, then everybody's going to be able to understand you. And that's all you have to, be worried about, is that you don't get to a point where it's so thick that you can't be understood, but you're easily understandable. And it is a beautiful accent. It is one of our beautiful languages. And it's so very heartening to have folks from the biospirit of Western kind from all around the world participating in the great work that we're doing. So you're one of our brightest stars, brother. We love you. And thank you.
Thank you very much for these very kind words. And actually, I'm super tired because I didn't get much sleep tonight. You know, we kind of jumped into daylight saving time.
Yes.
It's kind of a little bit, it happened a little bit surprising because we left the event around like 4:30. I got to the hotel. Why is it 4 a.m.? It was a little bit, oops. I didn't take so long to drive back.
Yes.
And then I had to get up early in the morning, obviously, because we were having breakfast, and then people who came from far away were heading back. I decided to stay another night because so that I can get some sleep, that I don't have to be tired on the road. I have quite a distance to drive. It's probably be a good 10, 11 hours for me to get home. So I do that tomorrow, relaxed.
Do it tomorrow, yes.
But it was great.
You are still as lucid as ever in your thinking and speaking. We're going to have to jump off, though. We got one more caller, but call back anytime. Don't wait this long to call in again. Okay, Roy?
Absolutely. I mean, and actually tonight I appreciate that you're doing shorter streams because as soon as this stream is over, I'm really going to bed to get some sleep and then get up early tomorrow morning, maybe even when the sun rises.
Well, dream about the western sunrise, brother. Promethean hails, and we'll talk to you soon.
I will. Promethean hails, and good night, brother. Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, that wasn't that exciting. Roy Danton calling in, being as fired up and as enthusiastic as I've ever heard him. Could you just hear that every word he was speaking had a smile on his face? Okay, we're rapidly running out of time. We have just over 4 minutes. And, it looks like our other caller is going to wait until next stream to call in. Okay, maybe a little bit longer of a topic then, and would need a little bit more time. I think what we'll do, based on what I've learned here today with the calls and have truncating expatiation, is that I will begin the calls at about the 15-minute mark on the final hour. And then that should give 3-4 callers, don't you think, a little bit more time there to kind of share the thoughts and go back and forth, and I can speak to what they're saying. That might be a little bit more comfortable rather than having to teach everybody to be one of those cattle, what do they call them? The people who talk really fast to sell cattle or antiques or whatever they're selling. They're selling things, they talk so fast. I can't understand a word. Let me quickly see then. I saw another question about, I don't see any financial gifts, so we're good there. We didn't miss anybody on entropy. I saw another question about the jab, and I thought I spoke to that, Nancy, for you on a previous stream. Maybe you just didn't hear, but I personally am not going to be taking anything unless there is a scenario in which I will be forced, or I don't think there's going to be like any sort of government, you're going to do this. I've been hearing that fear for so long, and it does nothing to me. But I mean, if it comes down to, well, if you want to be able to participate in a conference over in this state or this country, you're going to have some sort of vaccine. And if it looks like that's not going away, then I will opt for, so if I have to do it, it's not going to go away in the next year or so. Maybe it becomes a permanent thing. If you're going to do this, you've got to have that. Then as of right now, I believe the Johnson & Johnson is the one that I would go for. But you can, I'm not a doctor. I do talk with virologists and the like, but you can make your decision about what you would like to do. You can decide, well, I think if Jason thinks this might be best, then maybe it'll be the thing that if you end up in a scenario where you have to have something to be able to fly or whatever it might be, then maybe that'll be the direction you end up going. But I'm not one to rush to the front of the line of maybe the first thing. Well, and when you're thinking about automobiles or electronics or anything, the first thing always has quite a few gremlins, quite a few bugs that need to be worked out. And you really see that in automotives. You'll go through maybe like 3 years before you finally get a solid version of a brand new type of car, because they're still just working it out. Who said that? Rhonda says the 9 sacred words. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. Are you asking me what they are? It is atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. And those are some of the most powerful words that you can teach your children. Especially, you know, they go to school and the teachers are saying, well, you're guilty, your people are guilty. The child can just say, Mrs. whatever, Mr. whatever, atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. And that puts them immediately in the position of being the moral one who's present in the room, and the teacher as being the immoral one who's present in the room. And that creates a thought chain. Brand Danger, it's hard to listen to Roy Danton's accent without smiling. And the best part about it was that, you know, he was smiling the entire time. So we were all smiling. This has been a glorious going free. It looks like we did not miss any financial gifts. So that's good, because I really don't like that. And we have been able to truncate expatiation and tighten this thing up a little bit. We've had a child-friendly gathering, just in case there were people who wanted to have their presence or children present. And okay, we're good over here, good everywhere then. Very good. That's good. So it's been a glorious going free, and there have been many high points over the course of the past 4 hours. And I think the highest by far was Blake Johnson talking about being on the path to suicide, going to take a bunch of pills to white flight, the ultimate white flight, and then had Go Free recommended to him by some hero. And that is beyond, that is ineffable. It is beyond words. It is beyond care. It is beyond love. And it is a testimony of the great and glorious things that we do here in service to white well-being. Let that motivate you for the rest of the week, ladies and gentlemen. Another hero has come into our midst, a man brave enough to say where he was and where he's going to climb out of. That is what we are doing. That is what's not taking place elsewhere. That is a perfect response to Richard Wagner's question earlier today in the stream about where are these miracles happening elsewhere? Well, they're not happening anywhere else. And this is one of the most beautiful of miracles that we have been able to bring to be. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I love you all. Let's go free.